Check. Oh, I was almost late. But it's not 6:01 yet. Oh, I wasn't late. I was not late, ladies and gentlemen. Drop the chair down a little bit. How's everybody doing tonight? Sorry, that art was not my best work. That was not my best artwork on that opening thing. I didn't do it last night, and I didn't have time before the show today. So I just drew that really quick in paint. But what's everybody doing tonight? How you doing? What's going on? Hola, ¿cómo estás, Lady Cecil? How's everybody doing? Share the video out. Share the stream out. Let some people know. Let them know. Let them know what's good. We're starting. We're gonna get into some conspiracies tonight. Conspiracy. We went from balloons to trains. We got trains derailing all over the place. We're gonna look at 15-minute cities. Yes, you did read that right, Lady Seasouth. 15-minute cities. This is a new idea popping up all around the world. In Oxford, in Europe, in Canada, North America. Coming soon to a neighborhood near you. 15-minute cities. We'll talk about that. A lot of people have been talking about it, so I looked into it. We're going to look into it on the show. And then some local news. Salt Lake City hosts the NBA All-Stars game this past weekend, and unfortunately I missed this. I was working on Sunday, and I wish I had heard about this, but a group called, I think, Nomad Alliance. I wrote it down. Where did I write it down? I think they're called Nomad Alliance. Anyway, they went and protested at the NBA All-Star Weekend. They walked and marched through the streets during the All-Star Weekend because our mayor thought she was clever by moving all the tents out of the city. I thought it was strange because I went and saw a movie like last week. I saw that Cabin in the Woods movie, and the movie theater that I go to at the Gateway Mall is right by the homeless shelter, or where the homeless shelter used to be. They tore it down, but there's still a Catholic place that does social services and feeds homeless people, so they still hang out in that area, and it's like 2 blocks from the Vivint Arena, which is where they had NBA All-Star Weekend. There's usually a whole street of tents there. And I drove by there the other night, not thinking about it, and then all the tents were gone. And I'm like, where'd all the tents go? They cleaned this area up. That's nice. Come to find out, the mayor made sure to clean it up for the cameras because the cameras were coming to the city for the All-Star Weekend. So the mayor cleaned it up, made it look nice. So we're gonna rag on our Salt Lake City Marxist Mayor Aaron Mendenhall for a little while, and then we'll get into some drama at the end of the first segment. Some drama. A little bit of conservative ink drama between Sydney Watson suing the Blaze. We'll talk about all that stuff. Interesting, fun little drama. And then the memes, the rapid fire news. In the last segment, I didn't really have anything last night, any ideas. So I just went to an old go-to of mine. I may have done shows on this before, but I've talked about the surveillance state before. We're going to go deeper into Chinese surveillance specifically. We're going to talk about the Sharp Eyes program, the Skynet program, and the Safe Cities program. Kind of similar to what they're doing with the 15-minute cities programs in Western countries, China is doing in communist countries. We're going to tie it all together, get into some conspiracy stuff. It should be fun. Our loss of autonomy and how they're destroying mass long distance public transportations like airlines and train tracks. Um, and then forcing people to use electric car. We'll get into all of it. We'll get into all that. But that's what we're talking about tonight. First, it's Black History Month and it's President's Day today. So we got a twofer today. We got to learn. We got to honor a great living Black American man. So we'll start with that, and then we'll talk about President's Day and what President's Day means. I think this year we're canceling President's Day, though, so we're not going to spend too much time on it because we don't currently have a real president. Once we get a real president in, we'll bring President's Day back. But I think this year, President's Day has been canceled, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Robbie? What's up, Stubborn One? What's up, Spike? Hola, Flor. Hola, Lady Seasouth. Bro, if you have time during the show, I'd like to call in with a special news report. Sure, Stubborn One, good, because I didn't, it's kind of a loosey-goosey show today. So, in the second segment, after I do the memes or before I do the memes, we will open up the Discord and you can jump in and share that information with me. Robbie's in the house. What's up, Robbie? Got the day off from the post office. Dang old government union job. Giving you president. We canceled President's Day this year. Joe Biden is not a president. You don't get to celebrate President's Day in Ukraine with Joe Biden. But for Black History Month, let's talk about a great living Black American man. Let's go straight to it. We'll first start with that. Just a quick look at Wikipedia. We're not going to dig too much into it, but Thomas Sowell, one of the greatest economists. He wrote the book Basic Economics. If you don't know anything about economics, if you don't know anything about the economy, if it confuses you when people talk about capitalism or socialism, you don't know what these words mean. You don't know about inflation. You don't know about how, more taxes, more programs need more taxes, and more people working may improve the economy, but it's also going to increase inflation and housing costs, and how if you raise minimum wage, you also raise housing costs, you lower employment, all these things tied together in economics. So if you want to learn about some economics, I recommend you read Basic Economics by Thomas Sowell. It's about basic economics. It's basic, and he Black, so it's not that hard to read. Thomas Sowell is an American author, economist, and political commentator who is a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution. With widely published commentary and books, and as a guest on TV and radio, he became a well-known voice in the American conservative movement and is considered one of the most influential Black conservatives. Second only to one. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Second only to one, according to Sean Hannity and Colin Flaherty. Both agree on who the most important Black conservative in America living today is. And we'll talk about that guy next week. He was recipient of the National Humanities Medal from President George Bush in 2002. Sowell was born in segregated Gastonia, North Carolina, to a poor family and grew up in Harlem, New York City due to poverty and difficulties at home. He dropped out of Stuyvesant. It looks like Bed-Stuy. Bedford-Stuyvesant, the livest one, Stuyvesant High School, and worked various odd jobs, eventually serving the United States Marine Corps. He was a Marine during the Korean War. After he took night classes at Howard University and then attended Harvard University, where he graduated magna cum laude in 1958. Dang, he was a smart guy. He earned a master's degree in economics from Columbia University. He went to Harvard. He went to Howard. He started at isn't Howard a HBCU? He started at the HBCU at night classes, like do your 2 years of whatever community college or whatever, so you can go to a university. He did that. And then he went to Harvard, and then he went to Columbia to get a doctorate in economics from the University of Chicago in 1968. That's crazy. He did all kinds of education. In his academic career, he has served on the faculties of Cornell University, Amherst College, Brandeis University, the University of California, Los Angeles, and currently Stanford University. He has also worked with think tanks, including the Urban Institute. Since 1977, he has worked at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University, where he is Rose and Milton Friedman Senior Fellow in Public Policy. Thomas Sowell, great economist, great conservative, great Black American man in the year 2023. Somebody that we should look up to in Black History Month. If we're going to do the Black History Month thing, we're going to do the White History Month thing, we're going to do all the History Month things, then we need to look at decent examples of good men, not be looking at communists like Martin Luther King, not be looking at fake plants like Rosa Parks, who took the place of actual women who were trying to get things done but happened to get pregnant, and that was looked down on, so they put Rosa Parks in there as a plant. Not looking at these fake civil rights propped up heroes, Jesse Jackson, that other guy, Al Sharpton, ambulance chasers like Benjamin Crump, rhinos like Tim Scott. No, let's find the good ones. Let's find the good ones in here. Okay. So that's Thomas Sowell. And then we'll move on to President's Day. Let's find out a little bit about President's Day. I got a lot of stuff to talk about with these trains, planes, and automobiles, industrial societies in its future, all that sort of stuff. So let's get through this. President's Day for the holiday in Botswana. Oh, I don't care about Botswana. President's Day, officially Washington's birthday at the federal governmental level, is a holiday in the United States celebrated on the third Monday of February. It is often celebrated to honor all those who served as presidents in the United States except for Joe Biden, and since 1879 has been the federal holiday honoring founding father George Washington, who led the Continental Army to victory in the American Revolutionary War, presided at the Constitutional Convention in 1787, and was the first U.S. president. George Washington. I don't know a whole lot about George Washington, to be honest with you guys. But it's his birthday. I heard Thomas Jefferson was a Freemason. Same with Benjamin Franklin. But I know Madison and Adams were straight up Christian. George Washington, was he one of the good ones? Was he one of the bad ones? Let me know in chat. I think he's pretty good. I think he was pretty good. I think Honest Abe was pretty good too. Maybe he did some things wrong, but I think Abe was good. I think Washington was good. I think men in general back then in those days were just better men. They were stronger men, even if they fell into the Mason stuff. Um, I think they were decent men. Would you guys agree with that? So if we're not canceling President's Day, let's just cancel Biden and not celebrate him on President's Day. He's in Ukraine right now. He's busy. He's busy. Washington's birthday was celebrated on February 22nd from 1879 until 1970 to give federal employees a 3-day weekend. So, see, isn't that interesting that even George Washington, we don't actually celebrate his birthday on his birthday. We celebrate it on the specific third Wednesday or third Monday of the month so that we can give government workers a day off. So when people say, "Oh, you're celebrating Christmas," and say it's Jesus' birthday, but that's not the exact day he was born. Hey, look, stupid. We don't even celebrate George Washington's birthday on George Washington's birthday. So come on now. Miss me with that. Anyway, that's what President's Day is all about. Official state holidays. This state holiday, the government workers get the day off. The history, he was born on the 11th. He was born on the 11th, not the 22nd, not the 20th. Today's the 20th. It's a different day every year. So that's President's Day. But again, I'm not going to spend too much time talking about President's Day. Normally maybe I'd be like feeling patriotic today. I'd be wanting to go wave my flag and say, "God bless America. God bless the president. It's President's Day. Let's show honor to all our presidents." But I'm not feeling that way about the current state of affairs in America. Let me know if I'm wrong for that. Let me know if I'm wrong for that. I haven't totally given up, because if I had totally given up, I wouldn't be doing this right now. So I haven't totally given up. Why y'all hating on my day off? Hey, whatever gives Robbie a day off. Whatever gives Robbie a day off, Let him get his day off. So, but yeah, that's President's Day. So this train stuff, we're going to have to go into this train stuff. It happened 2 weeks ago, and I did report on it. I think I reported on it the very night it happened. I think it happened live during a show. Good evening, LJ. Good evening, Frank. What's up, Frank? One bad apple. Yeah. Am I wrong for that, Lord Spike? I could be wrong for that. If we're letting Biden spoil President's Day, and we're not going to celebrate President's Day this year, and we're not going to celebrate all the great presidents we had because of Biden, that is kind of letting one bad apple spoil the bunch. I agree. Good. I agree with that, Lord Spike. So I guess we shouldn't cancel President's Day because of Biden. But let's just let's work on it, America. Let's work on it. Let's all honor Joe Biden by eating an ice cream cone. All right. So yeah, trains. This thing happened 2 weeks ago, and I I reported on it in like a rapid fire news or breaking news segment, and I just read it, and I was like, okay, a train's down, big deal, you know. But I did read that there were chemicals in it and that it could be bad. Did not know it was going to become a multi-week ordeal to where now 2 weeks later it's like the only thing in the news cycle. And I don't know if it's because, and that's what we're going to kind of look into today, but we're going to be looking at a lot of liberal sources that are kind of trying to brush this under the rug like it's not a big deal. So I'm going to take everything that we read with a grain of salt. But you know, is it is it because we're seeing all these trains derailing now all of a sudden. I think I have 4 different reports of trains in the past week that have derailed. Is this being brought to light just because the Ohio one was such a big disaster that they kind of want to smooth it over by showing you, oh look, another train, nothing bad happened. Oh look, another train, nothing bad happened there. Don't worry about this. Don't pay attention. Oh look, another train. Don't worry about that train where there's acid rain pouring down. I disavow that. We don't know that that's a fact. That's a conspiracy theory from these crazy conspiracy nuts. But, you know, they just tell us about all these different other trains, put them in the headlines. And then that way people are like, oh, I guess it's really common. It's kind of like what they do with the Vaseline and the people dropping from that. It's kind of the same thing. Like they'll show you a lot of people falling out, a lot of celebrities and a lot of things dying of alternate causes, but then you're like, oh, it's just because a lot of people are dying, you know? So, oh, trains just crash, guys. It's just a common thing. Trains are just always crashing. Yeah, Biden visits Ukraine versus Ohio on President's Day. Facts. Yeah, Biden ain't going to no acid rain. He ain't got no time for that. All right. He should though. It's President's Day. You know, do something. At least send the deep fake. At least send the hologram Biden, the body double, you know. But so let's look into this Ohio train because I didn't spend much time on it previously. We have a lot of articles. I'm not gonna read all of the articles. We're kind of gonna skim through and try to find new information, different information between multiple articles. And also, I need to find a video to play. Oh man, it's not working. Hold on 1 second. Okay. So let's go here. A train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, prompted an array of false and misleading claims. So now this is USA Today. I'm going to show you a handful of articles from leftist sites like Guardian, USA Today, Vox, basically trying to get you to look the other way. It's all conspiracy theories, and we know that conspiracy theory was a term made up by the CIA after JFK was assassinated to basically discredit anybody who questions the narrative. If you question the narrative, you're a conspiracy theorist, and and that's how they discredit you. And then they started putting out fake conspiracy theories just to expose the conspiracy nuts, as they call them. So that's why you got to be careful with the conspiracy theories, because you know even anybody can get lost down those rabbit holes, and there's a lot of them. So let's check this out. A little video here. Religious leaders coming together to pray for it. Yo, this looked like actual Palestine. Is this actual Palestine or Ohio? I don't think this is no, this video actually is the another earthquake. Yeah. Yeah, there's another 6.3 magnitude earthquake. That's later in the news. That's breaking news segment. Okay. Where posts built on speculation, assumptions, or outright falsehoods accumulated thousands of shares and millions of views. The incident began shortly after 9 p.m. February 3rd when a Norfolk Southern train left the tracks while traveling from Madison, Illinois to Conway, Pennsylvania. A total of 38 cars derailed and a fire ensued, damaging another 12 cars. According to the National Transportation Safety Board, which is not the thing led by Beto, as far as I know, or Pete Buttigieg, as far as I know. But we will talk about Pete. We will talk about old Pete in a moment. There were 20 cars carrying hazardous materials, 11 of which derailed. Residents were ordered to evacuate when, due to the threat of possible explosion, authorities chose to breach 5 tankers filled with vinyl chloride, sending hydrogen chloride and phosgene, a toxic gas, into the air. Now, this is USA Today trying to calm you down and say these are just conspiracy theories, guys. It's crazy to think that 11 train cars filled with hazardous materials that we're going to light on fire and send clouds of gases, toxic gas into the air. Nothing bad could possibly happen from that, right? Right? Much is still not known about the long-term impact of the spill. So they're admitting here that they don't know what the hell they're talking about, by the way. Just want to point that out, guys. So you got to really read all these fact-checking sites. I feel like it's good to check out these fact-checking sites, or whenever these sites like Reuters or Snopes, all these things, whenever they do fact checks, I think it's good for us to read these fact checks. Even if it says, it's something you believe, and then you go to the fact check and there's a big false on the screen. It says false. It has its little truthometer and it's all the way to false. Read the article. Read the article. And this is why I think people should read more, is because it trains you to be able to read and pick up on these things. Like when you really read that, instead of just looking at that one word false and you actually read through it, a lot of times they'll say that it's true right after they tell you that big red arrow points to false. They'll say within the thing that it is true, but the way that people and then they'll change it up, and it's really dumb. So much is still not known about the long-term impact of the spill. So they're basically saying we don't know yet, but we're going to proceed to tell you everything's fine. Okay, don't worry, everything's fine. But when COVID, we don't know a lot. We don't know the long-term impacts of COVID. We don't know the long-term impacts of the vaccine. But do that. Definitely follow our orders on that. Whereas here, they're like, well, we don't know if it's gonna be hazardous yet. Let's wait to send any aid because we don't know yet. We don't know the long-term effects of poisonous gas in the air. You have to wear a mask for this, this bacteria that you might catch the sniffles, and it kills, one in maybe one in every 1,000 people, maybe 3 out of 1,000 people, at the most 5 out of 1,000 people. But you got to wear a mask everywhere you go for this. The whole population needs to mask up. Let's make our children all mentally ill and put masks on them because this, bacteria. But if you live in Ohio and you have hydrogen phosphate chloroform, more like boroform gas in the air, you guys don't got to wear a mask for that. Don't worry about that. Ain't nobody got time for a mask when you're raining poison gases in the air. The claim overstates the extent to which hazardous chemicals. Okay, claim the Ohio River is being poisoned. The claim overstates the extent to which hazardous chemicals have been detected in the river at this point. Well, what do you mean? Oh, the claim overstates the extent to which hazardous chemicals have been detected in the river at this point. Now, let me reread. Now, I want you guys to pay attention and see if you can catch the problem here, okay? Here's the claim. The Ohio River is being poisoned. That's the claim. The Ohio River is being poisoned. That's the claim. Here's their response. The claim overstates the extent to which hazardous chemicals have been detected in the river at this point. Now, the claim overstates the extent implies that there's some sort of quantifiable statement in the claim. Like the Ohio River is being deadly poisoned, or the Ohio River is being amazingly poisoned to an extent that it could kill people. No, there is no claim to the amount of poison which is going into the river. The claim just says the river's being poisoned. It could be a minute amount of poison. It could be a lot of amount of poison. It could be a deadly amount of poison. It could be hardly any noticeable poison, but the river is being poisoned because there's poison in the sky. Okay? I say that that could still be a true statement, but they say the claim overstates the extent to which hazard. No, the claim makes no reference to any quantified statement about the extent to which hazards. Like, you get what I'm saying? Sorry, I'm getting a little. These things just annoy me. Low levels of butyl acrylate made their way to the Ohio River through Little Bear, and then they proceed to tell you, "Oh, it is being poisoned." Yeah. the next the next sentence is low levels of butyl acrylate made their way to the Ohio River through Little Beaver Creek, a tributary near the border between Ohio and Pennsylvania, according to the Ohio Environmental Protection Agency spokesperson James Lee. So, Ohio Environmental Protection Agency spokesperson James Lee comes out and says the river's being poisoned. And then they say, this claim overstates the amount to which the river's being poisoned. So dumb. False claim. All right, fact check. False claim that a massive death plume is raining down hydrochloric acid on Ohio. Experts previously said a plume of contaminants was moving along the Ohio River, though Lee added the chemical gets less concentrated as it travels downstream. A professor of biological science at Bowling Green State University in Ohio with expertise in environmental toxicology said exposure to the chemical in high doses can cause acute effects such as skin irritation and breathing difficulties. So the air is toxic. That's what you're saying. The fact check has been fact checked as false, but then you proceed to tell me that the environmental toxicology place says that it's true. Oh, it's not raining down hydrochloric acid. Okay, so you took it a little far. It's just hydrochloric acid, floating around in the oxygen you're breathing, and your skin is breaking out in rashes. Are people's skins breaking out in rashes? They sure are. What's chat saying? Three-eyed fish. Yes, we're gonna have three-eyed fish. Fish floating down the stream. Bet in 3 months there will be a fish shortage. Actually, I was listening to Jamie was talking about that, something about that today, saying that they're killing fish. Or where was I hearing that? Yeah, man. Oh yeah, name. Oh, they're coming for the meat. They're coming for the meat. If you want to cripple a civilization, if you want to crush a society, you need to demoralize the people and you need to destroy the men. So you need to make the men weak. So you feed them a bunch of processed crap, make them a bunch of soy boys, make them believe they should be like vegan or vegetarian, or just make the meat so expensive that men and families, mothers can't afford to buy their kids, good quality meat and veggies and fruit and stuff like that anymore. So you got to eat Little Debbie cakes and some Fruity Pebbles, which is filled with crap. And they destroy the men. So why are they not doing anything about it? Why is the government not doing anything about it? Talk about the Braintree, Massachusetts small town chemical fire and train room. Frank, there's so many of them now I can't keep up. Let's see what the Guardian's saying. But I think we've proven that the fact checks are bullcrap. We just need answers from the Guardian. Distrust grows in Ohio town after toxic train derailment. Distrust. Now they're trying to get. I mean, Freddie was calling it reparations, and I think some politicians were actually calling it reparations. I'm not sure if that's the proper word for this situation. If it is, if that is the word for this, then yes, they need reparations. They need aid. They need aid. This is the government, the infrastructure, these trillions of dollars that we give to infrastructure, they're supposed to stop this stuff from happening. I'm going to play a video. I'm going to play a video for you guys in a little bit of what train tracks in Ohio look like. And you're going to see comments on the video saying that we're the richest third world country in the world. We have all this money. We give trillions of dollars to infrastructure. How many of you guys have had your car damaged because of a pothole or because of road conditions? How many how many of you guys have ever went to the airport and had a flight delayed, especially now as of recently, now that we have a Pete Butt gig running the transportation. But let's read this article from The Guardian. Residents of East Palestine grapple with mixed safety messages 2 weeks after leak of hazardous chemicals from train. During this Thursday's visit to the site of a fiery train derailment that may have poisoned a small eastern Ohio town with a range of highly toxic chemicals, the Environmental Protection Agency Chief Michael Regan told residents all families need to know that they are safe. But Regan's words, along with those from the Ohio government governor Mike DeWine's administration and Norfolk Southern officials, have been of little comfort to Jamie Koza. After evacuating for days after the February 3rd derailment, she was told it was safe to return home, but a chemical odor still lingers in her house. She urged a Norfolk Southern official to visit, and the company is now offering to pay for her relocation over safety fears. Well, that's good. That's good because I heard a lot of people were protesting. There's even like small, what some people might call maybe a small riot, small civil disobedience, mostly peaceful protest at a courthouse here in Ohio, where a town meeting, and uh the mayor or somebody was there, and he was not answering questions. He was giving really whack answers, and the people had a little bit of discontent at that. Koza noted East Palestine residents were told the municipal water was safe to drink, but wait, it's safe to drink. We just read that they said the toxicology people said that there was poison in the water, even though it was fact checked as false. It proved to be true, but also advised to buy. The water's safe to drink, but make sure you go buy some Dasani. Make sure you go get you some Aquafina so Coca-Cola or Pepsi can make some money. And we can get a check from them. We're gonna have you not drinking our local water. Go get some bottled water. Residents were told they only had vinyl chloride to fear. Well, that's not a big deal. It's just a little vinyl chloride. What the hell is vinyl chloride? I put vinyl down on floors. And then chloride, I would assume, has to do with like chlorine or like bleach or like Clorox. So basically, you're just breathing in flooring bleach. That's what I get out of this. Vinyl chloride, flooring bleach. You're breathing in flooring bleach. I don't think I should say that. I disavow that. YouTube's not gonna like that. That's disinformation. I was just kidding. It's a joke. Okay. It's not flooring bleach that you're breathing in. Then the list of dangerous chemicals spilled by the train grew. Oh, there's more. Federal agencies may not release the full list of chemicals for months. Okay, they're going to keep it close to their chest when they tell you that you're breathing in what's the worst? You're breathing in mustard gas, you're breathing in the new avian flu that's been genetically modified to affect mammals. You're breathing in COVID 38. You're breathing. What are we breathing in, feds? Please let us know. Each day seems to bring new contradictions, and every bit of information from the officials feels like it raises more questions than it answers. The uncertainty is generating a deep sense of distrust. Well, if you haven't distrusted your government yet, hopefully this will wake you up. Hopefully, maybe now you'll snap to it. I saw your man bun is naturally triggered like a bug. Oh yeah, I'm bringing the man bun back, guys. Jesus probably had a man bun. I'm just telling you. Sometimes when you're a Nazarene and you make a vow not to let a razor touch your head, sometimes it gets in your eyes, especially if you live in the desert and it's hot outside. It just makes sense to get a string and tie it up. You know, it just makes sense. Sorry about it, guys. All right, enough from the Guardian. What's Vox? What kind of crap is Vox bringing us today? Yes, the Ohio train wreck is an environmental disaster. No, it's not Chernobyl, guys. I'm not even going to read this article because I can't stand Vox. It's a bunch of crap. Let's see. They got some cool pictures though. They got some cool pictures. Look at not. I mean, not cool like it's horrible, but you know, some good drone footage there taken from a DJI Chinese drone, which is gathering all that footage. Sure enough. Why it's still not okay? We're not supposed to read this. It's Vox, but yeah, there's the pictures from Vox. That's about all Vox is good for. Let's let's continue. Next article. White House explains why it turned down disaster relief for Ohio. Now, this is news as of where's the date? Right here, February 17th. Today is February 20th. I do believe I heard today that FEMA is going in, um, which only means it's getting worse, right? If 3 days ago they said, nah, you don't need no relief, let's just tell them that 50 other trains derailed and they'll be like, all right, it's cool. It always happens. But 3 days later, or the public backlash was just so bad that they're like, okay, we got to send some relief. But it's funny how when George Bush doesn't send FEMA down to save the Katrina victims quick enough, it's racist. It's racist, and we have Kanye West, the artist currently known as Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, saying F George Bush hates black people, F George Bush, all this stuff. But I don't hear a lot of people other than Ohio people and some conservatives. Um, where are all the liberals at? Where are all the rappers making songs about Joe Biden hates Ohio people? I think there are black people in Ohio. I don't know. I've been to Dayton. Dayton's cool. It's a military town. But, where's we need some rappers saying Joe Biden hates Ohio. Can we get a rap song like that? Lord Bibby, can you produce a rap song like that? I'm about to lay down. Some of us still work. I know. Robbie gets a day off because of dang President's Day. I know. It must be nice, Robbie. Must be nice. Press 1 if Josh's man bun would win in a rip-off challenge against Frederica's beard. Guys, I mean, that's obvious. That's obvious. Beard hair versus luscious 10-year dreadlocks. Come on now. It's not even a challenge. I'm lost with all my time off recently. I know, Robbie getting all his time off. I think that's their way of telling you you're old, Robbie. They might be making you obsolete. They might be phasing you out. What do you think about that? I worry about you, Robbie. I worry about your job security, I don't trust the unions. I don't trust the unions. There's they won't fire you, but they might just slowly phase you out till you're working 1 day a week in the most haunted part of McDonough, Georgia. That could be horrible. All right, let's listen to what Butt Gig has to say. That's his name, right? Butt Gig? That's what it looks like it says. I bet there's going to be an ad. There's an ad. Uh, if I read the article, it's just going to say what the video is about to say. A Biden administration official told Fox News Digital that has provided extensive. Yeah, skip ad. Cool. Cool. Finally. Sent that black stuff flying. What does that even mean? Oh, that's the beer. I want this. Yep. There you go. Told you there. And that's what I'm about to show you guys is from NPR. They're just pushing this idea that trains crashing are normal. Department of Transportation Secretary, right? If your job, if your job, right, is I don't know, you're the head, you know, I don't know. What's a good example? You're the head of the military, right? And then you accidentally drop a bomb on some place. Is it okay to say, well, 100 bombs accidentally get dropped every year? No, that's not an excuse. Stop it. Hey, it's population reduction. Give them all cancer. Why not? Balloons, UFOs, trains crashing, farms being burnt down. All right, that's enough for the friends. That's enough for the friends. Okay, that's enough for the friends. So they declined it, but I think they did give them some relief today. Oh wait, what was that? Biden admin turns down Ohio's request for disaster assistance after toxic derailment. Um, yeah, so Department of Transportation, that's butt gig. They, I, but I think today they did decide to give them some government assistance, which is what the government's for. The government's not for giving people who don't want to work free houses and free college and free medical. That's not what the government's for. The government's for taking care of our roads, taking care of our border, defending us. That's what infrastructure is. Infrastructure is when all your train tracks are crap and a train can't go down them without 1,000 of them derailing every year. A train is a pretty simple piece of machinery. I mean, we figured out trains quite a long time ago. I used to make Tonka trains, remember the little like wooden train tracks, and it was like little puzzle pieces, and you just connect them, and you put the train on there, and you just like push it, or if it had batteries, it just this little thing cranks around. Even a steam engine. You know how simple it is to make a steam train? It's very simple. You learn how to you can make a little steam engine in science class in middle school. Okay? This isn't super advanced technology. Meanwhile, we're putting lasers and holograms and surveillance technology on satellite. We're investing in China's Sharp Eyes program so they can monitor every single person with facial recognition software all the time. But we can't make a dang train go down a track without blowing up. What's going on? You couldn't hear the video? Oh, snap. All right. They didn't really say anything. Thank you for letting me know. Can't hear the video. Basically, they just said they're not getting aid. The people in Ohio are pissed off about that. Um, a lot of articles on this. CNN Health, East Palestine residents worry rashes. So here's the rashes that we were talking about from CNN Health. East Palestine residents worry rashes, headaches, and other symptoms may be tied to chemicals from train crash. Well, if they popped up in the last 2 weeks, I'd say that's a safe bet, guys. It's probably a safe bet. It, oh man. Some residents of East Palestine, Ohio say they have developed rashes, sore throats, nausea, and headaches after returning to their homes this week, and they're worried these new symptoms are related to chemicals released after the train derailment 2 weeks ago. The February 3rd incident caused a massive fire and prompted, okay, we pretty much read all that, but I can't risk my family's health. Um, Officials say further testing of indoor air in about 500 homes has also not shown any hazards. Tests of tap water from the municipal system didn't show any chemicals at levels that would pose a health hazard. So it did show some chemicals, just not enough to pose a health hazard, apparently. Although officials are still testing water from rivers, streams, and residential wells in the area. Like I trust the government to tell me what a safe level of hazardous material is in my water. Like, what? Okay. But that's the Ohio stuff. But then we got more trains derailing. We got BBC News telling us about a Michigan derailment 3 days ago. No hazardous material spilled in second rail crash. Okay, guys, this one's okay. No, nothing to worry about here. It's just a train that derailed again, but no hazardous materials here. This is in Michigan. We have a train derails in Delphos, taking out power poles along the tracks. This is 21 hours ago. Um, this is also Ohio, Delphos, Ohio, or is OH? Yeah, OH is Ohio, right? Or is OH Oklahoma? No, Oklahoma's okay. I'm pretty sure Ohio. Yeah. Wow, another one in Ohio. On Sunday, took out two electric poles. Train came off the rails, crossing the intersection. Hopper cars then stuck and lifted electric poles into the ground. So there's lots of conspiracy theories floating around all these train accidents. Um, you know, we've we can only guess. We can only guess. We can guess Antifa's doing it. Globalist elites are doing it to shut down our public transit, to reduce autonomy from people, keep people from being able to travel freely, hurt our economy more with these shipments. These trains they're shipping something. Um, while China's buying up land, they're burning down chicken farms. This is going to drive up inflation higher, crash our dollar quicker. So pretty soon, this is all part of the plan. This is all part of Agenda 2030. Um, the World Economic Forum, everybody talks about it. This is how we move to one global currency. They have to collapse the strong currencies in the world, and then they have to bolster up the weaker currencies in the world so that they can kind of get to a middle ground, and then they can just abolish all currencies and switch us to one digital currency. Um, it won't be it may be a form of cryptocurrency, but all the other ones are going to get shut down. Biden's already working on he signed a bill uh, almost as soon as he became president to examine the dangers of cryptocurrency. So they're already working down on shutting down your Bitcoin. They're already worried, or they're already working on collapsing the dollar, raising food costs, getting people to cheaper alternatives to food, electric. This leads into carbon taxes. They're going to carbon tax how much you travel, and essentially a carbon tax is your footprint tax. It's basically, think of it as charging you for walking, basically, for everything you do, every mile you travel, every time you go out to the store, every time you're you're expending carbon. This is your carbon tax, and this is what's going to lead us into the 15-minute cities, which I'm going to talk about shortly. And this is all the same thing. I don't think the Wig and Waffums did it, Freddie. I don't think it was white supremacists who are derailing trains. I don't think it's Antifa derailing the trains. I don't even necessarily. Now, we do have a story about some pipe bombs found near a train derailment. We do have that story. So somebody could be sabotaging these trains, or it could just be bad infrastructure, because all the money we put into infrastructure doesn't actually go into our infrastructure. It goes into pot farms and setting up pot shops and giving money to Ukraine, military industrial complex, giving people free health care, destroying our medical system, which is one of the best in the world. Um, that's what infrastructure bills pay for. They don't pay for actual infrastructure. Um, so we got the Delphos one. Then I got this story. It's from, I'm not even going to say the name of where it's from because YouTube probably won't like it, but I'll show it on the screen. Breaking pipe bombs found behind church. Breaking pipe bombs found behind church near Philadelphia railroad tracks. Comes days after 3 trains derailed in 3 different states, one of which resulting in large-scale ecological disaster in East Palestine, Ohio. All right, 2 homemade pipe bombs were discovered behind a church near railroad tracks this week, according to Philadelphia police. One of the 18-inch bombs had exploded and another remained undetonated behind the St. Dominic's Catholic Church near the railroad tracks in Philadelphia, Holmesburg section, according to the Kane Township Police Department. A postal carrier in the township northwest of Philadelphia found the intact bomb Tuesday and contacted police, according to the release. Robbie, what would you do if you just found a bomb by a train track? You notifying police? Are you looking in the bag? Are you investigating the bag? If you investigate the bag, you might have gotten blown up. But what if it was a bag full of money? Could just as easily be a bag full of pipe bombs or a bag full of money. I can't leave a bag unexplored. If I just find a discarded bag, I probably would have lost an arm. Anyway, WF wants to implement Agenda 2030, and part of that is elimination of trains. Stubborn one's ahead of me. Stubborn one's getting ahead of me. This could be to convince people to rally against having trains passing through their areas. Ah, you sound just like him. Thank you, Be Wise. All right. So yeah, they're finding pipe bombs. I don't think it's I don't think it's just a coincidence. What's up with this article? Accept all cookies. Grid. I don't even know what grid is. Hold on. Okay, we already read that one. How Palestine train derailment conspiracy theories filled the information void. This is just another article similar to the USA Today one. Lots of these articles about how don't believe the conspiracy theories, guys. They get a lot of likes on Facebook. They get shared a lot. Um, they're just conspiracy nuts. Don't listen to them. Listen to your government. They love you. All right. So another one of those. Let me see what I got from the Post. Uh, how Pete Buttigieg and Washington lobbyists are fueling the U.S. airline crisis. So this is just a little more on Buttigieg, our transportation, you know, our transportation guy. We're putting all this money into infrastructure, like I said. Meanwhile, if you've been to an airport over the holidays, airports over the holidays are always busy, but this past year was worse than ever. They'll blame COVID. They'll blame COVID, but you'd think with less people traveling that it wouldn't be such a big deal to take care of the airports, right? But the airports are a mess. There's an airline crisis right now, and I believe this is an implemented crisis, just like the trains. This is all part of the same plan. If you've ever read the Green New Deal, I'm not going to read it all. It's not that long, though. You guys can go read it. It's 5 pages. Or you can look at Agenda 2030 from the World Economic Forum. All that's available online. It's public information. You can read everything in Agenda 2030. I'd recommend you read the Green New Deal, which has not got passed. It's got unanimously shot down every time they've tried to bring it up. But I think that's just because an idiot wrote it, AOC, and they're like, this is dumb. It's got to look better than this. So instead of using a 5 page like thing the AOC wrote after taking a creative writing class, um, they need, a 1,500 page bill written by a lawyer and an executive and a blah 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 and a blah blah blah, and it's going to be real confusing, overly verbose. It's going to be filled with a bunch of nonsense, and then they'll pass it. They're not going to pass this 5 page Green New Deal because it just makes everything way too obvious and simple what they're trying to do. Green New Deal means every building needs to be rebuilt with energy, with the proper materials, with low energy consumption materials. Every building needs to be built. You know what else is in the Green New Deal? No more trains and no more planes. This is also in Agenda 2030. No more planes, no more trains. This goes back to the carbon footprint thing being the amount of space you travel. It's all about constraining you and confining you and locking you down and treating us like we're ants in an ant farm and you can't leave the ant farm. Okay? So a carbon tax is a tax on how much you move, how much activities you do. So they want to restrict that. That's why they gave us practice mode with COVID. COVID was a test, guys. COVID was a test. It was practice mode. It was seeing, one, how much are people going to comply? Two, what are they going to do when we lock them in their houses for an extended period of time? What are they going to do when we make them go to work on a computer? We make the kids go to school on a computer. They never leave their house. We'll start bringing food to their front door. We're saying we're going to save the environment, but we're going to send all the food in styrofoam containers to people's front door. Um, and but we're also going to make the food very expensive, the delivery fees very expensive, so they're going to have to eat cheaper stuff. What are they going to eat? They're going to eat bug protein. They're going to eat the bugs. So, and another thing you could read. So check out Agenda 2030 if you haven't. Check out the Green New Deal if you haven't. It's a short read. And then last but not least, read Industrial Societies and Its Future, which is the manifesto from the Unabomber Ted Kaczynski. Maybe one day I'm just gonna sit and read that whole thing. It's pretty long though. It's kind of long. I mean, it's not real long, but I don't. It'd probably take me like 4 hours to read it. But read it, and then you'll find out. Oh, this is what they're doing. Oh, this is why cars don't actually give you more autonomy. They give you less autonomy. You're thinking that these cars give you more freedom, but the gas is shipped in from Iran or the Middle East or something. We go to these wars over this fuel to fuel these cars because everybody needs these cars because the good people don't want to live in the city, but they work in the city, so they've got it. They're dependent on their cars. Most people would die if they didn't have a car. They wouldn't make it. They wouldn't know how to survive. They lose their car, they're done. They can't make it. They don't know what they're going to do. They're going to lose their minds. And this is all on purpose. This is all part of the plan. It's a removal of your autonomy, your God-given autonomy, and making you dependent on government. Especially when your cars are on an electric power grid and the government controls the electric power grid. And then when they collapse the power grid, people will die. So They don't want you to have the ability to jump on a train and go across America. They don't want you to have the ability to jump on a plane and fly to Europe. They're trying to get rid of planes and trains, and that's what we see here. The airline crisis, the so-called airline crisis. This is what happens when you put people like Pete Buttigieg and Joe Biden in power, depending on car facts. Yeah, one thing he writes about in industrial society in this future is have you ever been on a country road and come to a red light? And then have you ever just stopped and looked at yourself as you sit there at a red light on a country road when there's not a car in sight and you're sitting at a red light? You're not going. What are you waiting for? It's an empty country road in the middle of Nebraska or something, and there's a light and it turns red. You're going to stop. I'd say most people are going to stop and they're going to sit and they're going to wait for the light to turn green when there's no cars in sight. Nothing. It's dead of night, middle of the night, country road, not a car in sight in any direction. And you're going to sit at a red light and you're just going to wait. And you're going to waste 30 seconds of your life waiting for a light to change. But you think that you're independent when you're driving around in your car. You think you got freedom when you're driving around in your car. I'll run it. I mean, that's what a sane person would do, Robbie. But then they say that means that you're a criminal. How does that make you a criminal? I think that makes you a sane person. I think an insane person sits and waits for a colored light to tell them when they can drive and when they can't. There's all this that one cop waiting that you can't see. That's true. And that's how they get you, with fear. They control you with fear. If you run the light, you're going to be arrested. You're going to go to jail. You're a criminal. When in reality, if you run the red light, you just have common sense. There's no cars around. Why can't I go? Why am I going to waste time? I'm going to go. Or what if they got a camera? They got a camera that zooms in on your license plate. So when you run it, they send you a $250 fine in the mail. And if you don't pay that fine, then you could go to jail. You can have your license revoked. Well, now you don't have a license. So now you have to drive illegally to get to work because you're dependent on this car. So you have to drive illegally. Then you get another ticket. You're driving without a license. Now you got to do some time in jail. You got to pay another fine, but you don't have money to pay that fine because you lost your job because you went to jail and you don't have a license to drive to work. How are you going to pay your fines off? You see? Do you see how it works? There you go. That's a rabbit hole. Sometimes I like to make a paste out of my Kool-Aid mix and spread it on toast. That actually, one, that sounds delicious. Two, that's a jail thing. That's definitely a jail thing. Trishala Bonquisha. Trishala Bonquisha done time. That's when you don't have the jelly packets, because the jelly packet is like $3 for this little squeezy tube of jelly. It's bullcrap. If you want a peanut butter and jelly, you got to buy a $3 thing of peanut butter and a $3 thing of jelly. You get one Sammy worth. You get one Sammy worth. But the Kool-Aid packets are only 10 cents each. So you could get the peanut butter and then you get your bread off your lunch tray. And then you get the Kool-Aid packets. And then you can have a different flavor of jam every day with your peanut butter. That's a straight up jail. That's jailhouse right there. Trishala Bonquisha is a real one. She's been locked up. I run red lights at 4 and 5 a.m. These lights take forever to change. I also carpool solo. And yeah, but don't get caught. Don't get caught. You're going to be labeled a domestic terrorist, Lord Spike, if you get caught doing any of those things. Now, I don't know. I don't know about the carpool lane thing. If I see somebody driving alone in the carpool lane, it kind of irks me a little bit. I don't like that. I don't like that. You don't get to drive past me if you don't have passengers. Are you serious right now? All right. Enough about Pete Buttigieg and how they're collapsing the everything. NPR says train derailments are not uncommon. How do we change that? We've already covered that. They're trying to brush it under the rug. Um, let's move past that. Still got a lot to go. Let's move into this 15-minute cities things. I got a new kind of method of way I'm going to do things here. YouTube is really pushing the shorts. You got to do shorts if you want to grow. You want to get lots of views. You don't make a lot. You don't. I'm monetized and my shorts are monetized, but it's you need millions of views on shorts before you're making anything off of them. But your channel grows. I see when I do a short, I might gain 5 subscribers. Where if I don't, if I don't do any shorts, I might gain 5 subscribers a week. If I do the shorts, I could gain 5 subscribers a day. So we got to do the shorts taking instead of me taking the time on Sundays to record things and clip them and make clips for the show. I'm just going to do shorts throughout the week. And then on the show, I'll show you my shorts because they basically are just clips that I put together. I'm 19 away from 14,000. Shorts are crazy. See, Bibby knows. Bibby knows. Bibby's gone from 1,000 subscribers to 14,000 subscribers in like 2 weeks just from doing shorts, you know? And it's not even original content. I'm not knocking you, Bibby, because I'm doing the same thing on my shorts. But it's just like when I'm watching something that I would be watching anyway, if somebody says a good line or somebody says something interesting, you just clip it and then you make it into a short and then it gets 5,000 views. I clipped Joe Biden, it's got like 7,000 views. Um just of Joe Biden being an idiot. So it's easy. Now to make a really good short, it does take some time. A 1 minute short could take you 30 minutes to put together. Um, could take you more than that if you do captions and effects and all that. I just record stuff that I find interesting, post it as the shorts. Sometimes they get 15 views, sometimes they get 1,000. But that's what I'm gonna do instead of putting time into making clips and stuff. I'm just gonna do it this way. So let's check out some of my shorts about the 15-minute cities, and then we'll read some stuff. I gotta get. I gotta speed up. I gotta speed up. It's already 7 o'clock. We're already an hour in. This is the monologue. Monologue. Originally, the show plan was supposed to be 1 hour monologue, 1 hour of memes, rapid fire, and Discord, and then 1 hour of something interesting at the end. But now we've gotten to basically like almost a 2 hour monologue, 2 hours of memes and everything else, and then 2 hours of talking at the. I got too much to say for a weekly show. I wish I had more time. I would do it daily. It makes sense. People this days rather see the first 20-second shorts and then subscribe. It's a generation of laziness. Facts, Floor. It's a generation of laziness, and they're pushing shorter attention spans on people. This is why I think TikTok is bad. Even if you're watching good Christian content on TikTok or like a pastor or something on TikTok. Um, One, you're still supporting China, regardless of what you're watching. And two, you can't learn anything worth learning in a minute, guys. Just just cut out the Freddy part. What's yours, JS? What's my what? What's my what? Um, you can't learn anything worth learning in a minute, guys. Even a 10-minute YouTube video, you know, at least you can get a little more rounded information. But before you like believe something, maybe if you see it on TikTok, that's fine. You saw something on TikTok, that's interesting. That sounds interesting. But before you just believe it, go read some stuff about it. Go see if you can debunk it. When you see something crazy that you couldn't possibly imagine on TikTok in a 1 minute video that somebody made, go do some research on it. If you're like, whoa, that's interesting, go try to debunk it. Try to debunk it yourself. See if anybody else has debunked it. And then if somebody has debunked it, say, well, who makes more sense? The person debunking it or the person saying it? Because granted, there's a lot of things I believe that people have debunked, right? But then I can debunk the debunkers. I think I will believe something when I have more of a basis in truth than than uh than everything else. And you can't just believe things. You got to do some research, go read some stuff, compare, some left side media, some right side media, and then figure out what the truth is based off what everybody's saying. You can't just nothing worth learning can be learned in 1 minute. And as I say that, let's watch some of my shorts. at least shorts is not at least shorts is not TikTok. At least I'm not, helping out China. All right. So this is the first one. So
Number
this is Chris Sky. He's not currently a politician. I think he's running for mayor of Ontario, Canada. He's got some really bad dentures, guys. Bear with the dentures. But he was on InfoWars last night talking about the 15-minute cities. It's a popular new topic that's coming up. We're going to read about it here in a second. What I miss on the Freddie co-hosted JS show? I don't know what show that is. I've never heard of that show. I don't know what show that is. You guys seem to like you guys seem like obsessed with Freddie. Why are you so obsessed with Freddie? It's like you can't keep his name out of your mouth. Everybody. And that goes for everybody. I think it's funny. I mean, well, at risk of making my audience mad, I think it's kind of lame, guys. I think you should tighten up a little bit. Quit getting run off by one troll. Toughen up. Let's tighten up, guys. Everything is going as planned. Let's listen.
only way we can stop it is by
Hold on.
Yeah, that's how.
A 15-minute.
This one's first.
Number one, that the rights and freedoms that have always been paramount to society and that worth fighting world wars over were no longer paramount to society. Step two in their little training program, which we call COVID, was to convince people that individual responsibility is a thing of the past. And we are now collectively responsible for everyone. I need to wear my mask to protect you, Alex. And that the next phase of this is the climate change environmental phase. And they're planning on using the combination of 15-minute cities, a personal carbon allowance, and people need to write that down, personal carbon allowance, and finally the idea of a digital currency to fully enslave humanity like we saw happening with the COVID lockdowns, but not for temporarily and not for your health and safety, but now permanently, and so we can protect the planet. All
right. So that's the first one. I just got 3 of these short clips, and this is all from like his introduction. A lot of the stuff I just said, but we're gonna go deeper into it. This is just to give you a little. But look, see, this short got 1.7 thousand views within the first hour. And it's like they hit like a ceiling and then they just stop. Then this one has 15, and it's the way I titled it. I titled this one 15-minute cities on the rise. 1.7 thousand views in like an hour.
A 15-minute city tells you that everything you need is going to be a 15-minute walk from where you live. Well,
sounds
since
nice.
September, I've been in England, Ireland, Belgium, France, Netherlands, Germany, Mexico, Peru, Colombia, all over Canada.
I agree with that, LJ.
I talked to the residents of Oxford, England, one of the first places to put these 15-minute cities, where they are now rioting. Oxford was divided into 6 districts. Oxford started getting rid of vehicle traffic.
One day y'all are going to realize that if you tell me not to do something, I may joke around and say I like authoritarianism, but that's only if I'm king, right? I don't like authority when I'm not in charge.
Oxford started putting bollards and
tell me not to
barriers
do
and
something.
Traffic cameras that would automatically find people for leaving their district when they weren't allowed. They had to get travel passes to leave their district when they weren't allowed. And this is the plan they want to do for everyone. And everybody believes that this 15-minute city idea is a national thing. And it's just happening around the world by accident. No, it's just like COVID. It's starting in Europe, and whatever they do in Europe, they bring over to North America. Yep. So that's what's going to happen. A 15-minute city tells you that.
One more. I mean, honestly, I think I could do this better than this guy could, but just trying to give you guys a little bit of clip action, you know?
The only way we can stop it is by people getting aware and understanding what a 15-minute city really is.
Kick rocks. He keep chasing me like you want something. Bibby, I think you and Freddie need to kiss and make up. Y'all need to kiss and make up. Bibby said, well, it was a private thing, but I will say I haven't taken away your mod yet, Bibby, even though you requested that I take it. But yeah, you're a mod. Yeah, well, maybe we'll save that for a private conversation. I don't like the drama crap. So kiss and make up, everybody. Kiss and make up. It's a troll. If you're gonna let one guy run you off and make you hate me because I talked to somebody who you don't like, honestly, I'll talk to anybody, and I always tell people the Discord's open. It's open chat. Whoever can jump in. If I open Discord and Freddie gets in there, and you guys want to jump in and tell Freddie how much you hate him, be my guest. You're totally welcome to do that. But if if I'm gonna open the Discord and people who want to argue with me and debate me are going to jump in the Discord, I'm going to debate them. I'm going to argue them. I don't care if we talk for 4 hours, if we argue for 4 hours. Some things we'll laugh about. I think he's funny. He makes me laugh. So even if I disagree with everything he says, he's funny. He's chill dude. And if people don't like something I say and they leave, um, at least I know that Freddie's always going to be there to call and argue with me. At least the people who hate me will be more consistent than if people are being wishy-washy. And I'm not going to tell you what to do, but don't tell me what to do either. Just saying. I want all my enemies at my table. I love my enemies. I want everyone at the table, okay? Even people who I can't stand. All I ask for is a little bit of respect, a little bit of respect. I kicked that one guy out of Discord before I ever found out his name because the first things he ever said to me was "You're gay and you're a bitch and you're a retard." Before ever even asking my name or introducing himself, he came and so I kicked him out, because I don't have time for that. I don't have time for that. But I do have time for people who want to call and disagree, people who want to jump on the Discord and argue with me while I'm playing video games. It adds to the content. I know people don't like the video game content. I know uh, people, maybe they don't like certain people that I talk to, but you guys can come in and tell me about it. Vent your feelings to me. Um, or just tell Freddie he's a douche and you don't like him. When he jumps in the Discord, Gibson does it. Gibson will come in there and tell Freddie he's a dumbass. Robbie will get in there and roast Freddie. So you guys are free to do that too, but I'm not gonna. If he's the only one who's gonna get in there and hang out while I'm playing video games and debate me and argue with me, I'm not gonna run him off, and I don't think you guys should let him run you off. Just you know, roast each other. Just have fun with it. He's playing with he's messing with y'all, and if you let it get to you, he's winning. So don't let him win. Let's continue. That's enough of the shorts. This guy, I don't know. I'm not like a big fan or anything, but he was on Alex Jones talking about the 15-minute city. So let's find out what these things are from Slate. It's basically starting off in Oxford over in England, and they're also going down in Canada right now. 15 minutes of blame. How a wonky city planning concept went from PowerPoint presentations to a global right-wing conspiracy theory. Dun dun dun. Yeah, it's just and that's how you guys know. If Slate says in the first sentence that it's a global right-wing conspiracy theory, then you know it's true. You know it's true. Okay? It's a peculiar sorry, I can't talk. It's a peculiarity. Why can't I say that word? Dang, that's a tough word right there. Peculiarity. Damn, I really can't say that right now. Peculiarity of our viral media ecosystem. One day you're trying to manage traffic jams in a mid-sized English city. The next you are the foot soldiers of an international conspiracy to lock people in their homes on the orders of the World Economic Forum. That's true, Slate. At least that's what happened to local politicians in Oxford, England, after Oxfordshire County Councillor Duncan Enright explained to the Sunday Times in October how the university town of 160,000 would try to develop a 15-minute city of low traffic neighborhoods, assuring that most residents can access goods and services within a short bike ride of home. Keyword uh, what am I trying to say? Brain fart. Emphasis on the bike ride. They wanted you on the bike ride. Pundits rallied against these tyrannical bureaucrats, Jordan Peterson, with their insidious and evil Andrew Vobe's climate change lockdowns, Nigel Farage, and surveillance culture to make Pyongyang envious. Right-leaning news channel GBTV. So these are all just comments from who they consider right-wing conspiracy theorists. Um, Last week, a Tory MP asked for an inquiry into the international socialist concept on the floor of Parliament, noting that 15-minute cities will cost us our personal freedom. The power of the English language memosphere carried the 15-minute city conspiracy to Canada, Australia, and the United States, and it has flourished on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, prompting 2 separate debunkings from USA Today and one from Reuters. Okay, see, I don't want USA Today and Reuters to debunk things for me. I want just people who are doing what I'm doing right now to debunk it. I don't need a government-backed, financed, official politics are involved in that. I don't want them to debunk it for me. I want, if somebody makes a video about this, I want to see a bunch of other people making videos about how they're wrong. And I want to see those people be different backgrounds. Now, if I see a conservative makes a video about how this is bad, and the only people debunking it are liberals, then that tells me it's probably true. But if a conservative makes a statement and then other conservatives are like, whoa, 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 maybe you're not right about that. Maybe you need to look at this and this and this and consider this and this and this. And, like-minded people are saying, you're taking it a little too far, then maybe I would listen to them. You catch me? So these 15-minute cities, basically, the idea is they want us all living in tight spaces. They want everything to be accessible within 15 minutes on a bike. Okay. They say car or bike, but in these cities, they're going to encourage bike riding. It's like here in Salt Lake City, the very first episode of this show, the very first Dreaded Conservative show, it was not on a Monday night. It was a random thing. I got a letter in the mail talking about rezoning. And I read it and I was like, oh, this is some bull crap. This is some boo boo. And I said, I'm starting the Dreaded Conservative show right now. And so I started the stream up and I read it and talked about it. Excuse me. And essentially what it was is here in Salt Lake, they're trying to rezone to make um, all the places that are zoned for single family housing. They were trying to make skyrise apartment living, communal apartment living, which is interesting with what we're going to get into shortly. Communal apartment living, where it was basically 6 small rooms and one shared bathroom, kitchen, all that stuff. And this is what they're pushing here in Salt Lake. This is what they're pushing in these 15-minute cities. This is what they pushed in communists. In communism, they want people grouped together, tighter knit, easier to control. And anyway, with these 15-minute neighborhoods, they're making districts. You're not supposed to leave your district. Um, there's going to be no private businesses in these areas. It's going to be a Walmart, a McDonald's, a Starbucks, and then the Amazon factory, and everything's going to come to you in the mail in your 15-minute city. Earlier today, this is Oxford student, the Oxford student. This is where this is happening right now. Earlier today, protesters gathered on Broad Street to stand against new transport plans in Oxford, which have proven to be highly controversial. The transport plans include proposals to block residential streets using bollards or planters to stop vehicles cutting through. And this is what I was talking about with the districts. They're actually gonna, guys, it sounds crazy, but they're already talking about blocking off streets and closing in the districts with planter boxes blocking off the road so that you can't drive from one district to the other. Okay? You won't just be able to drive to grandma's house, but you'll be able to get everything you need inside your district, inside your area, but you're not going to be able to drive to grandma's house. You're going to have to walk. And eventually wait till they put up walls, wait till they put up fences, because don't let the Democrats and the socialists and the commies lie to you. They like walls. They'll talk about open borders, but they like walls. They like fences. They like fencing people in. Whereas, a Christian idea would be to keep the evil out. You have walls to keep the evil out. You keep your house sacred. So you build walls and you protect what's inside your house. Whereas with communism, it's the opposite. They build walls to keep people in. They lock people into their houses. They lock people into these communes. They lock people into gulags. They lock people into their countries. You can't leave the country. So that's just a man. I just came up with that. I'm gonna have to write that one down. Somebody clip that. All right, 15-minute neighborhoods. It's a mess. Um, the Guardian. I already talked about this. Tory MP's fear and loathing for the 15-minute city has no foundations. So all the liberal sites, as you see, are calling it a conspiracy theory. No foundations. This isn't a socialist, communist, World Economic Forum, globalist plan. No, 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 no. Just look over there. Worry about that. Worry about that. What's chat saying? Obvious glow, I know, right? Hunger Game. Yep, the Hunger Games. The Hunger Games. They're turning it into the Hunger Games. It's gonna be like that Hunger Games. Yep, that's what people were saying on my short too. Burn equals. Oh lord. Without Freddy, it's echo chamber. Bring the heat. He's easy to burn. I thought Freddy was T'Challa Boquisha. What'd she say? All right. Read the Gulag Archipelago. I have it. It's right over there. It's a tough read. It's a tough read. Oh, by the way, what's up, Bass Sizzle? I still playing your music in all my intros. I haven't seen you in the chat in a while. Yeah, I've been reading the Gulag Archipelago for like 2 years. I don't read as much as I used to. And I read a bunch of different things. So right now I'm reading 4 different books. And it's just little by little. Every now and then I'll read 10 pages or something. Um, whereas I used to read like 100 pages a day. Now I'll read like 10 pages every 2 weeks, you know? But I have Gulag Archipelago right over there, the first volume. It's a tough read. It's a tough read if you don't speak Russian because there's a lot of Russian names and places. And so I'll spend too much time on a word trying to figure out how to pronounce this word, like Bolsheviks and proletariat, bourgeoisie, bougie, bourgeois, bourgeois, all these different Russian words that I don't know. Imagine an old-fashioned British country town. Good citizens strolling down the high street to their friendly baker, grocer, and butcher. Bullshit. It's gonna this look at this picture they're painting of what it's gonna be like. Relaxing in pubs and on cricket fields. Their children walking to school. Old maids bicycling to Holy Communion through the morning mist. As John Major, quoting George Orwell, once put it, this is surely the sort of thing conservatives like. But no, according to Nick Fletcher, Tory MP for the South Yorkshire consistency of the Don Valley, this way of living is an international socialist concept. It is. Specifically, he fears and loathing in Las Vegas, in Oxford. The idea of the 15-minute city developed by the Colombian-born Sorbonne professor Carlos Moreno, which proposes that most of what you need or want, places of work, homes, shopping, education, sport, social life, pleasure, will be within a 15-minute walk or cycle ride. See? Walk or cycle ride. So that other article misleads you with the auto thing. No, they're going to take the cars away. If they'll make you dependent on the cars until they have you locked in a little space and they'll say, oh, well, now you don't need cars anymore and you can be good. You can be a green warrior. You don't need your car anymore because now we've made you addicted to this feeling of freedom that you got from having your car, but we're going to take it away and we're going to lock you in this district where everything's in walking distance. Reduce your carbon footprint. And we're going to carbon tax you, by the way. We're going to charge you a carbon tax. So to further discourage you from driving out of your district, we don't want you to go visit grandma in the other town. In fact, grandma's going to be in a hospital during a pandemic where old people are at risk, and we're going to put a bunch of young people with the disease in the hospital with grandma. And you can't go visit her because you got your car taken away and you're locked in the gulag. Call me crazy, but seems like if you look at history, you may have seen how this ends. So he's saying it's a socialist thing. This Fletcher guy, this Nick Fletcher guy, we need him in America. You know, he seems pretty based. But Skip House, BMS Skip Hire. Looks like a Mormon college. Anyway, I got to keep moving through this stuff, guys. It's almost 7:30. I got to get through this. 15-minute cities, how to separate the reality from the conspiracy theory. This is the conversation. Conspiracy theories aren't a new thing, and for as long as they've been around, they've ranged from the benign to the absurd. from the 6 moon landings being faked, I mean, probably true, to the earth being flat or our ruling class being lizards, we've all probably come across them in one form or other. See, they give you they mixed in a decent one, the moon landings being faked, with some kind of radical ones. Um, we've all probably the ruling class being lizards. That could be a possibility. I'll believe in this, and I'll believe in this way before I'll believe in this one. We've probably all come across. Yeah, in the surprise twist, the hottest conspiracy theory of 2023 comes from an unlikely corner to town planning. This relates to the idea of the 15-minute city and has even gone so far as to mention the UK parliamentary by MP. So they're just repeating the same thing. Designed for people, not cars. The concept, which originated from French Colombian urbanist Carlos Moreno, is the current zeitgeist in planning and calls for the city design that is centered on people and their needs rather than being designed for cars. It gained international attention when the mayor of Paris, Anne Hidalgo, announced her intention to make Paris a 15-minute city. So well, there's one way that you know it's a failed plan. Anne Hidalgo, the mayor of Paris. Come on. Are we really gonna take that and run with it? Let's see what happens with Paris first. Following her re-election in 2020 with a plan to embrace neighborhoods across Paris while ensuring connections between them, the idea flourished in the wake of COVID when lockdowns and working from home had more of us ditching the car and recognizing the need for well-served local neighborhoods. Again, it goes back to the COVID stuff. As everybody's been saying, it was a test. It was preparing us for what's to come. This is all in Agenda 2030. This is all in the new Green New Deal. Like, it's not even a secret anymore. They're doing it blatantly right in front of our face. However, the reality is that the 15-minute city does not seek to exclude people or prevent them from leaving. Instead, the idea is about providing high-quality neighborhoods so that you don't have to travel further to get the service. Crucially, this doesn't mean you're trapped where you live. Yes, if they're blocking the roads, um, you can't drive out. So if your 15-minute city is here, and then all the outskirts for 100 miles are other 15-minute cities, or just open land, or what is more likely is that the rich people are going to live in the 15-minute cities. Meanwhile, outside of the 15-minute cities is going to be collapsing, just homelessness. It's going to be like LA, Skid Row. It's going to be a mess. So you're maybe they don't say you can't leave at first, but you're not going to want to leave because you can't drive. You can't drive out because they're going to block the roads off. You could walk out, so you're going to walk into hell. No, nobody's going to leave. But oh man, I'm going too long today. I thought I didn't have a lot to go over, but I'm going long. So, and as I was just talking about the homelessness, you'll have Skid Row outside of the rich people living within the 15-minute cities. Let's move on. Let's try to run through this real quick. Salt Lake City Mayor Erin Mendenhall. She's a Marxist, probably one of the most Marxist mayors in America. Celebrating the NBA weekend. Let's watch her in this video of this guy. This guy is like the organizer of NBA All-Star Weekend. He looks high as a kite in this video, and so does she, by the way.
Good.
Salt Lake City, I've got Lee Ryan Smith here. We're at the Tech Summit. How are you feeling?
So good. I think that the city's like showing out. They're showing up, and it's super.
The city's like showing out. They're like showing up. It's like cool.
Cool. It's super cool. I was on the TNT set yesterday and just watching our people there.
He's high as a freaking kite.
The crowd, it's unbelievable.
And I ain't talking about pot either. His whole iris is pupil.
The other thing is, people are having a great time.
Yeah.
People are having a great time. So
thank you for bringing the world.
Well,
back to Salt Lake
it's
City.
a group. Thank Salt Lake City. Thank governor. Thank everyone. This is a team effort. And
she doesn't like the governor though. The governor's a Republican. She's a damn commie.
What an amazing moment.
All right, so they're all celebrating, and I wish I would have found out about this beforehand. Also, So they had NBA All-Star Weekend. They cleaned up all of downtown. All the homeless encampments surrounding the Vivint Arena, they moved them all out. And then they bring in the camera crews and they say, "Look at this great NBA All-Star Weekend." And we had great weather this weekend. And I wish I would have metrosexual. Yeah, we've got the meats. I wish I would have went down there just to check it out from the outside. Could have made a little video about it, but I totally forgot about it. Plus, I had to work all weekend. Um, but I was real disappointed when I found out that this group of homeless advocates marched outside of Vivint Arena um, during NBA All Star events. Over 50 people protested the treatment of those experiencing homelessness in Salt Lake City and held a march to Vivint Arena where NBA All Star events were being held Sunday. The march began about 3 p.m. at Pioneer Park and navigated road closures for the NBA All Star weekend. That's another thing we've been doing in Salt Lake City is they've been closing off a lot of roads. Um, I'm sure our mayor is going to do this 15-minute city thing. She's going to jump on it. If she's not out, she's up for election this year, so hoping that she gets kicked out. Even the liberals don't like her because our homeless population has exploded um, since. And I'm not going to blame COVID. I'm going to blame this mayor. I'm going to blame her um, because she's just a horrible woman. She's a horrible Marxist woman. Maybe she's a nice lady in person. I don't know. But as a politician, as a leader of our city, she's trash. And she needs to get voted out. But unfortunately, when the vote was up for her, it was two Democrat women. That was my options for mayor. I had I can't remember the other lady's name, Mendoza. Mendoza. It was a Hispanic Democrat woman, and then it was this lady, Erin Mendenhall. And in retrospect, I didn't vote for either of them. I threw the ballot away. I'm not voting if my only option to vote for is two Democrat women. Sorry, not voting for either of you for mayor. In the primaries, I voted, but Republican. I don't know how. I don't know how that's even how that can even happen. I was new to politics when she got elected. I didn't know that you could have a mayor race where the only two options after primaries are Democrat women, but apparently it's a thing here in Utah. But yeah, Mendoza and Mendenhall, both horrible options. In retrospect, I think Mendoza might have been better. Might have been better. I don't even know if she's a legal immigrant. I don't even know if she was born in America, but she'd probably do better than this chick. That's all I got to say. So this group protested, and then I looked into it, and I ended up finding the group. I found the group right here, and I'm kind of interested in this. I'd like to. They have an email. They're called Nomad Alliance. They have an email newsletter. I followed them on Facebook. Here's their Facebook. It's not gonna let me. It's not gonna let me show you the Facebook, but they're called Nomad Alliance, and I joined them. Oh man, I was gonna show you the. I was gonna show you the pictures. Yeah. Here we go. There's some interesting pictures from them, and I know all these areas that they're in. I've never seen the I've never seen the bus, but see that's the Rio Grande. So that's 210 South. The homeless shelter used to be right down the street from this. The Vivint is like 3 blocks that the Vivint is like 3 blocks this way. And this area is usually all homeless people. It's they keep trying to clean it up and they keep trying to gentrify the area. Very expensive house and loft apartments in that area, but the homeless people just keep coming back because the Catholics, the Catholics are very giving out here. I've heard from people who are formerly homeless and homeless people that the Catholics in Utah are more charitable than the Mormons. The Mormons are too busy sending missionaries to Africa and building schools and churches in Africa. They don't care about Salt Lake City. Um, that's not true. They're still very giving people, but if you talk to most homeless people in Salt Lake City, Utah, they're getting more help from the Catholics than the Mormons because the Mormons want you to go to church first. You can get a bishop's letter and you can get a bunch of free stuff from the church, but you got to go to the church. Whereas the Catholics don't care if you show up for mass; they're just going to help you out. Just a little comparison I've noticed and from people I've talked to. But it goes around downtown. Here's the bus, and they also organize. So they're involved in. And I probably would not agree with any of these people's political views. I'm gonna guess they're mostly probably very democratic because Democrats give more free stuff. Um, but it would be interesting to like interview them or talk to them. They operate this bus. They have Narcan on it. They drive around. They let people come in um, out of the cold for a little while. They get food donated to them and serve it to people. And Echo's having a nightmare. And they also organize. They also do community organization stuff. They did a protest, and I wish I would have known about this. I would have went down and got some information on it and talked to them. But see, here's some of these, and like some of these guys I recognize. But you come on the bus and they made signs and then they went out and protest, and I respect that. I respect that. Even if they are Democrats, if they're organizing, they're getting the homeless people to stand up and say we need whatever. At least they're doing something. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad. I don't know. I haven't talked to them. I don't know what sort of things they stand for. But one thing I did see that was interesting is this article right here. The Nomad Alliance, keeping families together, housed, warm, clothed, and fed. We've essentially created no, not this one. Where is it at? Somewhere it talks about communal or congregal shelters. Where did I? Huh. No, I know that girl. Um, Hold on. I'm trying to find this one post they made. Here it is. Here it is. When the Nomad Alliance has always stood against congregate shelters and in favor of non-congregate options. So, a congregate shelter is a congregate shelter is like a dorm room. It's where you go in and there's a bunch of bunk beds. It's a huge room and there's just bunk beds, bunk beds, bunk beds, and you're sleeping in the same place as you have your you have your disabled elderly people on a bed next to a heroin junkie, on a bed next to a schizophrenic person that's going to stab somebody in the middle of the night, and they're all in the same place, and it's horrible. It's the worst. It's the worst thing you could possibly imagine. I've been to jail. I've never been to prison, but I heard county jail is worse than prison because it's more boring. And in county jail, you might be in there for a DUI and you have to share a cell with a murderer who's up for life. Whereas in prison, they kind of segregate you. They put everybody in different groups. There's more access to funner things to do in prison. You have better commissary. You have more activities. Time goes by faster. There's a better library in the prison. Everybody I've ever talked to in county jail, because I used to be scared I was going to prison. And so I would talk to them, what's prison like? What's prison like? They always said, if you're okay here, you're okay in prison. Prison is way better than county, is what they all tell me. So, um, I don't know from experience, but what I do know is that these congregate shelters, they're worse than any county jail I've ever been to, and I've been to a lot of them. They're worse than being on the streets. They're worse than the boot camp that I went to when I was a juvenile. There, it's the worst. It's horrible. Um, and if you're trying to get off drugs, you're not going to be able to do it in one of these shelters because you're surrounded by people who are shooting up all around you. I've seen some nasty stuff. I've seen some crazy stuff. I've seen people get stabbed in the shelter. I've seen dudes doing stuff with other guys for drugs in the shelter. I've seen, people just shooting up everywhere. Lots of lots of nasty stuff. You got some guy with head lice in the bunk above you because they're not assigned bunks. It's different every single night. So you got some guy with headlights in the bunk above you, and the headlights he's picking them out all night. You got people grinding their teeth, snoring, yelling, talking to themselves, ranting, going crazy. It's horrible. So, that being said, I agree these congregate shelters are bad. But what's the other option? A non congregate shelter. So, what they're talking about is the government stepping in and buying up hotels, and basically whenever it's winter time, these homeless people all get a hotel room for the winter, like an extended stay hotel room with a little kitchenette and all that. I don't think that's a good solution either. I don't think giving them a free hotel every winter is going to help them. Is going to help the problem. My solution, here's my little idea. What I would do if I had the ability. And Kanye West has tried this, and he said it's nearly impossible. But my idea would be on the outskirts of every major city in America, you buy a like 10-acre plot of land, and you have basically campsites, and you have running water, you have electricity, and you let homeless people stay there. The way that you find the homeless people who come into there is you'd have to have somebody like me who can talk to people and walk around in the homeless area and interview people. And what you got to do is in each city you got to find the godfather. You got to find the hobo grandpa, the dad, the um in every city there's these homeless people that they're actually decent people, right? They clean up after themselves. They take care of the area. They get pissed off when other homeless people do dumb stuff. They yell at them. They chase them out of businesses. They pick up trash after other homeless people. You need to find these guys in each city, and then you bring them into the camp and you make them the leader. All right. Now it's going to be led. So it's homeless people led by a homeless person, and you have them come in there. And you have a bunch of rules. I would buy the plot of land next to a church, or I would get nearby churches involved, or I would just build a church on the property, and it would be faith based. You wouldn't be allowed in unless you would have to go to church services regularly. Um, you would need to show that you actually cared about the faith and you weren't just going along to get along. You would need, if we could do a test or something, just to show that you actually care about it. And you need to keep your area clean. Whatever the frontage road is in front of it, we'd have nice landscaping. It would look nice. The community, the church would help out. We would do social services on site. And when I say social services, I don't mean food stamps. I don't mean free housing. I don't mean welfare. I mean teaching these people how to get a job. Okay? Helping them get a job first. So you get 6 months, you come in, you live there. If you break the rules, you get banished, you get thrown out. You got to go to church, you got to get a job. You have 6 months to get a job. And then after you get a job, you get like a promotion, you get some sort of incentives for wanting to get a promotion. And then after 2 years, so a year and a half after your 6 month period, then you need to save up for a place because you have a job after 6 years, and this is how you turn people over. But it's not like a government social services system where they're trying to turn people over as rapidly as possible and just give them free stuff. Here's some medical for you. Here's some methadone for you. Here's some food stamps for you. Here's some housing for you. Here's this for you. And these government social workers do not care about these people. They're just trying to move them through the system as fast as possible. Instead, our social services is going to be teaching them how to get a job. Once they have a job, teaching them how to save money, teaching them how to do their credit and all that stuff, and then eventually helping them find permanent housing. Okay. And that's how you do it. That's how you do it, guys. The problem with this is other people have come up with this idea. This is not, this is not, this is not a, what's it called? This is not like an original idea. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of parts of it that I have that are original to me, and I didn't learn this. I didn't come up with this from somebody else's idea. This is my idea, what I would like to do someday. The problem with it is other people have tried similar things. The government won't let you. Our government wouldn't let anybody do this. Kanye West talked about this, the artist currently known as Ye. When he was Kanye West, he talked about how he was a billionaire and they would not let him build a homeless shelter. He wanted to build a homeless shelter and not have any government influence in it. It was going to be a privately owned homeless shelter, and the government wouldn't let him do it. So they say that it's easier to you could start up an animal shelter. Sure, you could start up a kennel for stray dogs, and you could bring in stray dogs. You could do that in your own property with very little government intervention, I'm sure. Maybe a little bit of paperwork, but you could do that. But if you want to start up a homeless shelter, good luck. Good luck. Because why? Because the government wants to be involved in it. The government wants the people dependent on them. And the government doesn't want you to get better. The government doesn't want you to get out of that system. They want to keep you locked down in it. So they put up a bunch of red tape. It'd be great if we had a president who knew about real estate and who was into cutting red tape and lessening restrictions on businesses and things. Um, it'd be great if we had a president like that. It would probably make it easier to get something like this done because there's not a lot of overhead. There's not a lot of overhead. You just buy the land and then basic plumbing and electrical, a little wooden pole with an electric box on it. Very simple, not a lot of overhead. It would be a nonprofit, so the cost for and it would be ran off donations. You know, you could do clothing drives, food drives, things like this. But for the most part, the residents are going to have to pay for their own food. If you don't work, you don't eat. Um, After their first 6 months, um, you know, if somebody drops off a box of soup, they'll hand it out to people. But it's not going to be like some epic dinner. Maybe there'd be one meal a day served by the church. But for the most part, they're gonna need to buy their own food. If you don't work, you don't eat. Um, but what was I getting at? What was I getting at about the food? I lost my train of thought there. But yeah, this is hard to do. Oh, not a lot of overhead. It's nonprofit, so all the basic bills and expenses will be covered by donations. When the community sees that this place looks nice, they take care of the property. Look at the nice plants planted out front. I mean, you basically got slave labor, right? Because in their first 6 months, while they're looking for a job, they're going to be taking care of the area, and they're going to be working for their place and their utilities and all that. And then donations take care of the bills. And if you have a church on it, guess what? Now you don't have to pay taxes either because it's a religious thing and it would be faith-based program. It's a foolproof plan. It's a foolproof plan. It's not going to end homelessness. You can't end homelessness. The poor will always be with us. It's not going to save, it's not going to stop homelessness, okay? But it will actually help those who are looking for the help. Because if you want to get out of drug addiction and being on the streets and homelessness and you go to these congregate shelters, you're going to fail. You're going to fail. The only way I could have ever got out of that is by going and staying on the streets. So I saved up some paychecks from Wendy's because I was working at Wendy's while I stayed in the shelter. Saved up some paychecks, went on Amazon and ordered a whole bunch of camping gear. And I said, I'm hitting the streets, guys, during the winter. I said, I can't stay in the shelter because I'm trying to quit using. And all I see when I come into the shelter is everybody's using all around me. So I had to go stay on the streets and be a lone wolf and just I didn't hang out in the groups of the homeless people. I would go far away from the shelter, find a little hidden, secluded spot, sleep there, wake up in the morning, pack everything into my backpack, and I'm going to work. I'm hitting the road. I didn't stay in the same place for long. I didn't build up these huge encampments you see with plywood and trash bags and stuff like that. Everything I had, I carried on my back, and it worked. It worked. But a lot of people aren't going to figure that out. A lot of people, they need a little guidance. I needed guidance too. I got it through YouTube and stuff. Homeless people don't like that because it's like a prison. Right. And my idea, a lot of homeless people would not be down for it because there would be too many rules. And a lot of them do not like rules. They don't want to live in an area with rules. They want to be able to do what they want. And so those aren't the ones, you know, if they aren't helpable, then they're not helpable. I'm not this type of person that thinks everybody could be saved. Everybody could be helped. Like, yeah, Jesus, God could save everybody, but but you know, they're not going to force it on nobody and not everybody's going to make it. Not everybody's going to figure it out. These homeless A lot of homeless people can be helped, a lot of them can't. But I'm looking for the ones that want the help, and there would be rules. You get drunk and you start beating your wife, one night in your tent. The neighbors are going to hear, and you're going to be banished the next morning. You're going to be kicked out. Somebody's trashing up the area, leaving their trash everywhere, making a mess. You get a couple warnings, then you're gone. You smoking meth on the property or shooting up. If you can hide it from them, maybe you get away with it for some time, but eventually you're going to slip up. They're going to find out, and you're going to get kicked out. Most homeless people like living that lifestyle. Druggies, yeah. I mean, I don't think they like it. I just think, like, there are some that like it, but it's more like the druggies. They like the drugs, and they're hooked on the drugs. Um, but most of the druggy guys I knew would take a house if it was free. They just don't want to go to work. They don't want to go. Their only work they're willing, but they'll hustle. They'll hustle sun up to sundown to supply $100 a day heroin habit. Um, but they don't want to. They don't want to go work a job. They don't want to pay for an apartment because they can't afford it. They can't afford their habit and rent. So they would rather just stay high and be outside. Um, it's not that they like being homeless; it's that they like the drugs so much that that's the only way they can sustain their. Unless they start selling drugs, they're not going to make enough to sustain their habit and pay rent and pay bills and all that stuff. So, but yeah. But even if you could like miraculously cure those drug addicts, if you could just miraculously snap my fingers and if okay, so somebody uses heroin or something, and and I say, okay, I'm gonna snap my fingers, and when this current high that you're on runs out, you will not have any withdrawals. I promise you, you will not have any withdrawals. If you quit, you're not going to have any cravings for it. Um, this can be the last time you use. I snap my finger, no withdrawals for you, no cravings. Guess what? They're still going to use. They're still going to use. They prefer no rules to do drugs. Right, right. Yeah, they don't want the rules and the structure. So you got to find the ones that really want to chance out. And that's why it would be a time limit on how long you could be there. Um, but yeah, but the main core thing that would make the difference is that it would be a private organization. It'd be private. It'd be private. It wouldn't be government. The government wants to be the sole proprietor of homeless help. The government screws up everything it gets its hands on. So why would we think that this would be any different? But then they won't let individuals do it. They put up too much red tape. They put up too much restrictions. Kanye had $1 billion. He said he couldn't even start a homeless shelter. So you need the capital, and then you need the know-how to get around the red tape. Um, the capital isn't a problem because you could find people willing to do this. You could find rich people who are philanthropists who want to do this. But then when they try to do it, it's not about the money. It's about the red tape and about the government not letting them do it. So what do? They go build a church and a school and some water pumps in Africa instead of helping out America. And they send some money to Ukraine. So it's a mess. But yeah, our mayor thinks she's clever trying to wipe up the streets for this thing. It's 8 o'clock, guys. I'm gonna save these last little articles. I'll do them in the rapid fire. It's just some drama. I spent a lot of time on that stuff. We'll put this in the rapid fire news section. The Blaze versus Sydney Watson drama. Um, Stubborn One, you still in chat? Yeah, Stubborn One's still in here. If you wanna go in the just chatting room, Stubborn One, and tell me what you wanted to talk about while I open up these memes. Meme review time after Stubborn One's breaking report that he wants to tell me about. I'm gonna go in the Discord. If Freddie jumps in the Discord, Freddie, you need to let Stubborn One do his thing because he wanted to to talk about something. Talk about something. Woohoo! Meme review time. We'll do Stubborn One's thing, and then I'll do meme review. All right. What's up?
Hello.
Hello. I
All
hear
right,
you.
hold on.
Can
A
you hear?
little choppy. I'm having some trouble. My sound good?
Yeah, you sound good to me.
All right, excellent. Let me see if I can.
Let me make sure that it. Give me a mic check.
Mic check.
All right, sounds good. Cool. What's up?
All right. Well, good evening, Josh.
Good.
I hope you'll forgive this interruption. I really don't want to have to deliver this report, but journalistic integrity demands it. I've just been given a story that is so shocking, I had to research the sources thoroughly before I could accept it as truth. I think this story will be of great interest to your audience, which is why I was hoping to report it here first. Now, with your permission, Josh, I'll continue, but I will ask that once I start reading this report, you hold any questions or interruptions until the end.
All right. Sounds good.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to start by giving Josh the opportunity to answer two questions. Namely, in which state did he grow up, and what do the initials JS stand for? Josh?
Florida. Florida. Tampa, Florida. And the JS is for Josh Smith.
So we're still going with that then. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I intend to prove over the next few minutes that Josh is not who he presents himself as at all. And in fact, he's part of a massive global conspiracy, and he's been weaving a web of lies to keep us all in perpetual darkness.
Dun dun dun.
Josh has mentioned multiple times in his live streams that he grew up in Florida. However, my research has proven that not only did he not grow up in Florida, but he's never lived in Florida at all. In fact, he grew up in Virginia, Richmond, Virginia, to be exact. The records I've found indicate that Josh has engaged in a string of petty burglaries with his childhood friend, Woody Kane, when both were only 17 years old. In fact, Josh and Woody were always getting into one sort of trouble or another. Now, most parents would want to distance their children and themselves from a budding criminal mind like Josh Smith. But in the case of Woody's father, Tim Kane, it seemed quite the opposite. In fact, it seems that Tim Kane bailed Josh out of a juvenile detention center and even went so far as to provide him an expensive lawyer to seal his criminal record. I wonder why he would be so interested in hiding the criminal record of his son's friend. Well, at the time, Tim Kane was the lieutenant governor of Virginia, and he was about to go up against Jerry Kilgore in the 2005 race for governor of Virginia. A race which Tim Kane won handedly, by the way. How did Tim Kane defeat Jerry Kilgore? Perhaps he just campaigned more effectively. Or perhaps when Tim Kane bailed Josh Smith out and got his criminal record sealed, Josh immediately took an internship with the assistant to the Attorney General of Virginia, who just happened to be Tim Kane's opponent, Jerry Kilgore. Whichever of those scenarios you prefer to believe, it's a matter of public record that Tim Kane began paying Josh a very generous salary almost immediately after being elected as governor. In fact, Tim Kane even began to introduce Josh to his powerful friends. One of those friends was none other than John Brennan, who would eventually become director of the CIA under Barack Obama. At the time, John Brennan was already a lifelong CIA agent, and he had just become chairman of the Intelligence and National Security Alliance, the INSA. Brennan got Josh a low-level position at the INSA, and in a very short time, Josh was beginning a career with the CIA. Under Brennan's mentorship, Josh rose through the CIA's ranks quickly, making him quite unpopular with many of the other agents. In fact, If not for John Brennan's direct interference, Josh would have been dismissed from the CIA entirely when a rival agent exposed Josh's hidden family history. What was that hidden family history, we might ask? I'm sure many of us are eager to know, but we'll have more details on that later. For now, we'll simply say that Josh's grandfather was at odds with U.S. intelligence agencies and intelligence agencies worldwide, and it led Josh's parents to alter their surname. Although Brennan was able to use his influence to keep Josh in the agency, the scandal left Josh with a stain on his reputation. And in 2007, when the Global Strategies Group acquired John Brennan's Counterterrorism and National Security Corporation, keeping him on as their CEO, Brennan's time was monopolized, leaving Josh to fend for himself in what was still a largely hostile environment at the CIA. Without his mentor's support, Josh knew his days in the agency were numbered. So, rather than allowing his rivals in the agency to torment him about his family's past and sabotage his career, Josh decided to resign from the CIA. Unsure of his next move, Josh contacted his old friend, Tim Kaine, the very man who had introduced him to John Brennan in the first place. And the timing couldn't have been better. Hillary Rodham Clinton was preparing to be the Democratic nominee for the 2008 presidential election, and she had just tapped Tim Kaine as her candidate for vice president. Tim Kaine hoped he could use Josh to help him dig up dirt on their opponents, just like old times, allegedly. However, when Josh met Mrs. Clinton, he became infatuated with her. Hillary, for her part, took a liking to Josh as well, and made him one of her assistant advisors.
Oh my God.
Josh was intoxicated by her confidence, her power, and her pantsuits. Josh and Miss Clinton became close, very close. Josh vowed to do whatever it took to get Hillary into the White House, and Hillary promised Josh a position on her cabinet and that he would one day be the director of the CIA. Josh's perfect future was now all laid out before him. All that had to happen was Hillary Clinton getting elected as President of the United States. Unfortunately for Josh, Barack Obama flew in from Kenya and dashed Hillary's dreams of the White House. Hillary, disgraced, disappeared, abandoning Josh. And at this point, Josh is said to have fallen into a deep depression. He sold his belongings and took that midnight train going anywhere. Not much is known about Josh's activities or his whereabouts during the 7 years that followed Hillary Clinton's failed presidential run. But we do know that the CIA made contact with him in 2015. Agents reportedly located Josh in Stone Park, Illinois, a mere 15-minute drive from the Hillary Rodham Clinton home, Hillary's childhood home in Park Ridge, Illinois. He appears to have been working as an exotic dancer at the Gold Room Gentlemen's Club under the stage name Urban Development. At this point, Barack Obama had appointed John Brennan as director of the CIA, and Brennan was forming a task force to monitor U.S. elections. Brennan hoped Josh would return to the CIA and help to head that task force. Josh initially refused the offer, but readily agreed once Brennan warned him that Hillary was in danger of losing another run at the presidency. Josh was reunited with Miss Clinton, and their relationship picked right up where it had left off. Josh gifted Hillary a bottle of his homemade hot sauce, and she vowed that she would keep it in her purse as a constant reminder of his devotion to her.
Oh, the connection's going up.
Josh used his new position in the CIA to benefit Hillary's campaign in any way he could. Hillary was very grateful to Josh for his efforts and planned to promote him to director of the CIA once she was president. So once again, Josh's future depended on one thing: Hillary Clinton being elected president of the United States. Unfortunately for Josh, Donald J. Trump grabbed Hillary by the ruff of her neck and tossed her back right into the loser's circle where she rightly belongs. Josh was understandably distraught, and Hillary again went into hiding. But with Trump now in the White House, the CIA would be working overtime to keep him from uncovering the nation's darkest secret and exposing it to the masses. Coincidentally, it was the very same secret Josh's grandfather had attempted to expose back in 1956, causing Josh's parents to flee the UK to the US, changing their names to avoid being targeted by the royal family. It was then that John Brennan gave Josh the opportunity to atone for the damage his grandfather had done to the deep state by appointing him to a new task force which aimed to reduce support for what the CIA refers to as dangerous ideas. Josh would join hundreds of other specially trained agents going undercover as social media personalities and podcasters to mock and ridicule anyone who tried discussing the truth. By spreading doubt and misinformation, Josh and his fellow agents are able to keep most of the American public convinced of history's oldest and greatest deception. So, we are left wondering, what great secret is being covered up? And why is Josh so determined to escape the shadow of his grandfather's legacy? Well, we know that Josh's parents altered their surname, choosing Smith, because nearly 1% of the US population, a staggering 2.5 million people, are named Smith. It's the perfect disguise. What did they change their name from, though? Well, according to records given to me, the name was Shenton. Josh's grandfather, Samuel Shenton, founded the International Flat Earth Research Society in England in 1956, effectively bringing the concept of flat Earth into the mainstream. The state and public backlash of this caused a great many problems for the Shenton family, who ultimately relocated to the US under a new name. So, how will Josh react to being exposed as a government agent whose sole intent is to keep us convinced that we live on a spinning ball? Will he dismiss this report as lies? Will he admit the truth to us right now? Will he go back to serving as an advisor to Hillary Clinton? Or perhaps he'll return to performing at bachelorette parties as urban development. I predict that Josh will attempt to bury this report and pretend it never happened at all. In fact, it's very likely that he's already cut off this broadcast to protect his and the deep state secrets. People, if Josh has not already cut this broadcast short, I'd be interested to hear his response to these allegations, but first, I'd like to show everyone definitive proof of Josh's involvement with the deep state and actual photographs of our flat Earth from space. In the case that Josh cuts this video feed short, you can also find all of the documents I just cited, as well as the photographs I'm about to show you at www.
Guys, we had to cut the feed cut. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. The feed cut. Yeah, let's get that crazy guy off the air. I don't know what he's talking about. Well, no. Oh, we must have bad connection. Must have had bad connection there. Let's go to the meme review. I don't know who that kook was. Oh man, where did he get his information? Fact check. Fact check. Some of that was true. Some of it. I did make the hot sauce that Hillary keeps in her purse. The male dancer thing, I mean, I'm not. I can't deny that. I can't deny that. You know, LL. They called me LL Urban. Ladies love urban development. LL Urban Development. When I was a dancer, that's true. As far as everything else, being part of the CIA, I have no comment. I think that was a hit piece. I don't know. Bad connection though. Sorry, we couldn't put that website out there for public information. I don't know where he's getting his information, but somebody needs to get on that. We need to take that guy out. Take him out. Take him out. I'm gonna call up my people real quick. Yep. Send missiles at Idaho. Okay. Moving on. Making soul cooking hot sauce. I don't know. I don't know where he got that information. It's let's look at some memes. My secret's been exposed. My secret's been exposed. Guys, it's meme review time. It's time for the memes. Just ignore everything that the last caller said. I do not I'll go along with the male dancer stuff. I was quite a nuisance as a juvenile, and I did make hot sauce. Hillary may have gotten a hold of it. It'd be the best hot sauce she ever kept in her purse. As far as the flat earth stuff and and helping Hillary become president, well, let's keep that a secret. Let's keep that a secret. Everybody just pretend you didn't hear that. We had some radio interference. Little Debbie Cakes didn't do nothings. That's not nice. That's not nice at all. Didn't do nothings. I got a vasectomy. Turns out that only changes the color of the baby. Poor guy. Oh man, she looks like that chick that worked at that police station. Next meme. An inflatable backseat car bed, perfect for road trips or camping. 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 Yeah, we know what that thing's for. We know what that thing's for. We know what you're doing in the back seat, guys. Here's a theory for you. This is better than flat Earth. Look at this: Earth, Easter Island, Stonehenge, and Washington D.C. What the? That's the Hollow Earth theory, guys. It's way cooler than flat Earth. But now you know that I'm actually a CAI operative. I don't want you guys to know that the Earth is flat, and that's the whole reason that I go so hard on the flat earthers, because I'm actually getting paid to do that. Great guest calling. Thank you, B Wise. Thank you. Appreciate it. Someone got blocked by JS. Yeah, we had to kick him out the Discord. Get that guy out of the Discord. Can't be having people exposing me. What the? Woman goes viral after appearing on TV with a what behind her? Okay, close your ears, kids. Woman goes viral after appearing on TV with dildo behind her. Oh, poor old Kamala. Oh, what he left out is that I'm currently working on the Kamala campaign. We're trying to get Joe, what's it, Amendment 25 or the 25th Amendment. We're trying to get Joe 25th out of there. We're trying to move in that girl, the first African American, Indian, Asian, Jamaican woman of color married to a Jewish guy. Very multicultural, very diverse. We're trying to get her installed into the government. And since I worked with the CIA, you know this is true. I disavow YouTube. It's just a joke. I can't believe it's already train derailment season. I still have my spy balloon decorations up. Dang, we're just skipping through them again. We're just skipping through them. We go pandemic. We go inflation, gas prices up. We got spy balloons. We got trains. We got earthquakes happening all over the world. We got nuclear Poseidon missiles from Russia. We got satellites with freaking lasers on their freaking heads. Surveillance. Oh, it's just a never ending. You got to love it, though. You got to love it, guys. I want you to always be, you know, it doesn't matter if the glass is half full. It doesn't matter if the glass is half empty. You got a whole bottle left. You got a whole bottle left. You can just refill that glass. And then you can drink it, and you can refill it again. And then you can drink it, and you can refill it again. You can drink it, you can refill it again. But don't do this too often, or else you're going to end up homeless. But you can do it occasionally. The glass is not half full or half empty. You got a whole bottle. Don't get discouraged, guys. Don't get discouraged. Believe in God. Just like me, the CIA flat earth agent male provocative dancer. Magic Mike-esque, you know. Some people say I resemble Channing Tatum with a luscious head of dreadlocks, you know. They used to call me Magic Mike back in the day. They used to call me LL Urban Development, LL Urban Domination, more like it. Back to the memes. Before and after cocaine, before and after alcohol, before and after crack, before and after wokeness. Man, listen, if you quit doing cocaine, you can go back to looking like this. If you quit drinking, you can go back to looking like this. You can get healthy again. You can look healthy again. If you quit doing cocaine, you quit doing crack, you quit doing meth, you quit doing whatever drug you're using or your alcohol, and you start taking care of yourself and being healthy, you will look healthy before long. It won't even take as long as you think. Like if you have a big belly and you feel lethargic and stuff, you quit drinking within a month, you're going to feel phenomenal. You'll say, "Well, Josh, you still drink. How do you know?" Because I've gone months. I've gone a whole month without drinking. You know, I've gone some days without drinking and I feel better. I've gone a week without drinking. I feel better. Um, as far as the skinniness, the shucked in from like meth and crack and stuff, you'll look healthy within a month. But guess what? This is not reversible. This this is not reversible. You can't you can use lasers to get those tattoos removed. You're going to have scarring. You can take your piercings out. You still, you know, this is incurable. This is incurable. It's only going to get worse. You can't if you go and cut off your genitals, you're not going to be able to grow them back, guys. If you take hormone blockers to change your voice, you're not going to be able to get it back. You need to you need to go back to sleep and then you need to wake up properly. Because, see, this is the thing. Everybody wants to be awake, but nobody wants to be woke up. That's the worst thing in the world if you get woke up. I need my alarm to be a certain sound that goes off at a certain time, and then I need to hit snooze 3 times every 10 minutes so I slowly come into being awake. If something happens, an earthquake, or somebody comes in my room and says, "Josh, wake up," I'm going to be pissed off all day because I didn't wake up correctly. I was woke up. If you're woke, that's not a good thing. Woke people are always grumpy. Nobody wants to be woke up. You want to slowly awaken. You want to be awake, but you want to awake nicely. You want to slowly come into awakeness and be awake. You don't want to be abruptly woke up because then you start looking like this. It makes an angry person. Can't cure stupid. Facts. Next meme. Well played, wasps. Well played. Guys, that looks inappropriate, but trust me, it's a wasp nest. It's just a wasp nest on the statue. That's epic. Yo. What a weird statue, too, by the way. Strawberries and we got a lot of weird sexual ones this week. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't plan this. It's just how the memes fall. I let the memes fall where they may. Strawberry and cream jello set in bundt cake pan probably won't make this again. I know a lot of guys that would pay a lot of money for that though. Hey, that's a cake. That's a strawberry cheesecake. Oh my god, another one. Another sexual one. When that round 2 just ain't gonna happen. They make medications for that now. If you have a solid crescent roll after 4 hours, you need to consult a doctor immediately. But they got Medicaid on every conservative network. You'll hear on the Blaze. Everybody, the Blaze is so great. How come every commercial is an erection pill commercial? What the heck, Blaze? I don't think that's very Mormon of you, Glenn. All right. When your cart get clogged. Oh Lord. That's over the edge. Good luck. Can't cure stupid. The truth hurts. What's up? Truth hurts. All right, next one. So glad we bland. So glad we banned plastic straws. Yeah, this is kind of like the whole. We're gonna save the earth. We're gonna save the earth, but you need to wear masks, and all the masks are gonna end up in the ocean. All the masks are gonna end up in the gutters, on the side of the road, everywhere. Because people can put on a mask to avoid getting the sniffles, but they can't throw their mask in the trash can. All these plastic, and just so you guys know, these are not pregnancy tests. When I first saw this meme, I thought these were pregnancy tests, and I was like, wait, are people aren't people aren't don't care about pregnancy tests, they'll just get an abortion. But no, these are COVID tests. And there's a lot of them piling up. But we banned the plastic straws, so we had to. We'll send you food in a styrofoam box. We'll use carbon emissions to do DoorDash, and you know, the restaurants, you can't go inside and eat on a plate, which is less trash, better for the environment. We're going to send you a styrofoam box through a car to your house and charge you extra money for it. That makes sense. The aliens returning to the lib they the aliens returning the lib they abducted after 2 hours of listening to they them explain they them's pronouns. Owie! You're a monster. Kids are watching. Sorry kids, sorry kids. It's the late night show, man. I I know that was a lot of sexual memes. I'm sorry. I started an OnlyFans at 18. Aw, an empowered woman. I'm dating a 19-year-old. Hello, Child Protective Services? Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Yo, why is everybody getting mad about Leo? I see all these women saying that Leo's a creep because he's 46-year-old and he's dating a 19-year-old. He's a creep. That's a pedophile. He's a disgusting man. Listen, lady, just because you got aged out of the game and you ain't hot ish anymore and you're mad because you dedicated your life to making a career and making money, and now you're 35 years old and you're sterile, you don't have any family, and you're sad about it. Guess what? Don't be mad at Leo because he can still get 19-year-old girls. Be mad at yourself. The truth hurts. No disaster relief for you. That's the soup Nazi. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that word on YouTube, but I just did. So that's the soup N word. No disaster relief for you. No soup for you. Great memes. Yup. You have nothing to fear. You are completely safe in your homes. You have nothing to fear. You are completely safe in your homes. Yep. Get inside your house. 15-minute city until the train crashes in your 15-minute city. Oh, Lord. Me staring at a random spot in the room, trying to trick a ghost into thinking I can see it. I've never been big on ghosts, but I have done that before. Like, if it's dark and you're a kid and you see like a weird shadow in the corner, and you just like stare at it really hard, like, I see you there. If you're a ghost, I see you. Don't mess with me. I'm looking at you. I know you're there. Next one. This burger is awesome, but don't worry, it's plant based. Really? What plant? A meat processing plant, dummy. uh, there are no Ukrainians in East Palestine. White House explains why it declined disaster relief for Ohio town impacted by train derailment. There are no Ukrainians in East Palestine. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. We can't send any money to Ohio. Um, we need to send all the money to Ukraine. We can't be helping out Americans. Maybe if you had some Ukrainian, some Azov battalions, some Nazis in Ohio, we would send you money. But until you step up your game, get on that Ukraine level, we can't help you out, guys. The Walmart parking lot never disappoints. Says, oh my God, stay off of her. Look at all these kids. Listen, that's Christian values right there. That's probably a Mormon's car. That's based. That's based. Mother and father having lots of little childrens, and a cat, and a dog. We keep the cat away from the baby because they might cuddle up on the baby's face and smother it. Cats are evil. They're cool pets. I'm just saying they are evil. They think that if you have a pet in general, you are a slave, by the way. If you think slavery is evil, slavery is inherently evil. If you own a pet, you support slavery. And I'm not saying that the pet is your slave. No, no, no. To the contrary, you are the pet's slave. I am Echo's slave. I have to take this retarded dog to the bathroom 3 or 4 times a day. I have to feed him. I have to give him water. I have to give him treats, or he looks at me like, "Are you gonna give me a treat? You gonna give me a treat?" He follows me around. He's sitting here right now. Echo, Echo, what's the deal, bro? What's the deal? You want pets? What? I, I'm your slave. I'm your slave. I'm a slave. Did you guys know I'm a slave? I'm just saying. Families, cats, dogs, all the good stuff. By the way, animals don't go to heaven. They can't love, and you can't love an animal. No matter what you think, you cannot show agape, philia, soto. Well, you could you could do some eros on an animal, but I wouldn't recommend it. It's illegal in most states. But no, you can't love an animal, and an animal can't love you. It's just an animal. Sorry, guys. Sorry to break it to you. You can think you love an animal, but you can't if you know what love is. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. If you know what love is, then you can't actually love an animal, and an animal can't love you. Boys in the Hood, one of the best films of recent years. Guys, what movie is that? It's one of my favorite movies. A lot of people don't like it. A lot of people judge and critique this movie, and I think that it is objectively Good Will Hunting. Objectively one of the best movies out there. It's a great movie. Objectively. If you don't like it, then there's probably something wrong with you. Finally, someone agrees with me. Yep. I know that's gonna make some people mad, Lord Spike. People don't like hearing that. People don't like hearing that they're the reason they love animals so much is because they're trying to avoid having relationships with people, which may be a good idea. Because I mean, people kind of crazy these days. I get it, but don't pretend like it's what it's not is. Just admit it. My cat just reached over and put his paw in my hand when you said that. Oh, no fair. Poor puppy dogs. EPA is dangerous to the environment. The EPA says dangerous to the environment, gas stoves. EPA says perfectly safe, a giant atom cloud in the middle of Ohio. That's a good one. All right. Criminal caught after cutting off 37 man buns in one day. Claims he was doing the Lord's work. Excuse me? Excuse me? Jesus had a man bun. Would you cut, if Jesus came back today, we'd have a bunch of people cutting off his man bun. We'd have a bunch of crazy little white trash redneck kids running up and cutting off Jesus's man bun if he came back today. I don't know how to feel about this. But that's it for the meme review, guys. That's it for the meme. Dun, 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 dun. Do I have a sound effects?
Beta! You ain't got the answers, man. I've been doing this more than you. You ain't been doing the education.
Bro. A question, bro. Sway was about to cry in that clip. He's like, bro, I have a question. Can I just ask you a question, Kanye? All right, guys. What do we got now? What do we got now? I need to take a quick break. Haven't taken a break yet. I am totally admitting I prefer an animal over a human. And I kind of get it. Nowadays, animals are smarter than most humans. I could have a more of an intellectual conversation with Echo than I can with Freddy. Dude, Echo is a tough debate opponent compared to Freddy. Echo is a tough debate opponent. I practiced for my debate with Freddy. I practiced against Echo. Did you guys know that? That's why I did so well. Because Echo's way smarter. They love to control. All right. Let me take a quick break. Is there a song or something? What's that Bryson song I wanted to play? I got it. I got the I'm supposed to be on YouTube. Give me one sec, guys. We'll play a song, then we'll come back. We'll do rapid fire news, just a lot of small stories, and then we'll talk about the Blaze drama, and then we'll talk about Chinese, specifically Chinese, the Chinese surveillance state. Why do I care about the Chinese surveillance state? Well, because it's going to be in America before long, guys. You might as well just start learning Mandarin now, and yeah, just get prepared. Oh man, Elijah's doing a slightly offensive, talking about Sydney right now, saying that Sydney is trying to ruin his marriage. Which I heard him talking about this the other night. Let me play this. I don't know
in your life. Our supply chain is absolutely devastated. We know that food is not going to be available in the ways that we've seen it in the past. Post-COVID, they destroyed everything. We have a man named Pee Pee Butt who's in charge of transportation.
It just started. He's doing an ad read right now. I'll let you guys listen to this from Slightly Offensive, since we're going to be talking about this, and this is the title of his show that he's doing. I'm going to have to watch this after the show, but it looks like he's fine. He's hinted at it. This is Elijah Schaefer, Slightly Offensive. You are here. A lot of people don't like him. I think he's pretty based, and I think he's actually more based than a lot of people know. But he's moved to Australia. Me and Stubborn One were talking about that. Why? He's had problems with the feds in relation to that, and now he's living in Australia. I don't know he's getting sued. The Blaze is getting sued by Cindy Watson.
And Charlie, he's a good guy. I know Charlie personally. I like Charlie. You've met Charlie before?
All right, I don't want to play the whole. I don't just want to play Slightly Offensive. Sorry, guys. Promote his channel. You guys will go watch him instead of me. But check out Slightly Offensive Elijah Schaefer. I'll have to watch this and maybe make some clips about when he talks about the Sydney stuff. The show just started, but for now, let me play a Bryson song. It's been a while since we played a Bryson song. Like Eminem? Bryson Gray, Like Eminem. Oh, it's upcoming. He's got a new song coming up soon. There's one specific one I'm looking for. Kind of a slower one. Is it this one? Zealot? No. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry, we're screwing up. We're screwing up. Is it Slaying Demons? Sorry, 1 second, guys. 1 second. There's one specific one I'm looking for, but I can't remember what it's called. Not Kingdom at Hand. Hey, Elon. Hey, Elon. It's not the one I'm looking for. Which one am I looking for? I can't find it. I don't remember what it's called. So we're just going to play one of them. Overturned. Gun control. Sorry, 1 second, guys. I don't know. I can't find it. Can't find what I'm can't find the song I'm looking for, so I'll play a song I've played a bunch of times. It's just a good song. God Save America. Just a good song.
Play you get the job done. At Grainger, we're here for you with supplies and solutions.
Grainger. Be right back, guys.
I was born in the red, white, and blue. Red, white, and blue. I don't know what all that means to you. Yeah. But for me, it's about family and liberty and our almighty creator and his son, who he sent as our only savior. Turn back to God. Oh, yeah. Said, turn back to God. Turn back to God. Turn back
Why you
to
think them
God.
soldiers die? Why you think them families cry? It wasn't for us to be brainwashed by politicians' lies, because they work together while convincing us to pick a side. A country is bound to fail when it loses its faith in God. And I was born, I was raised in the land of the free. And I don't know about you, but it's what it means to me. It's about liberty, it's about family and God. Remember that when the fireworks go off in the skies.
I was born in the red, white, and blue. Red, white, and blue. I don't know what all that means to you. Yeah. But for me, it's about family and liberty and our almighty creator and his son, who he sent as our only savior. Turn back to God. God is love. Our God is life. For him I'll live. For him I'll turn back to God. God is love. Our God is turn back to God. Turn back to God.
Better turn back to Christ. I wanna see you in the afterlife. I'm all about that family life. Get the fire cracking for family night. Hey, let's remember all the people that died for that red, white, and blue. I got that eagle inside, and he flying high, sky's not the limit. Call a friend and put another chicken on the skillet. So grab your kids and hold them tight. Make sure that they know the light. We all gonna stand for the anthem when they show the stripes.
I was born in the red, white, and blue. Red, white, and blue. I don't know what all that means to you. Yeah. But for me, it's about family and liberty and our almighty creator and his son, who he sent as our only savior. Turn back to God. God is love. Our God is life. For him I'll live. For him I'll turn back to God. God is love. Our God is turn back to God. Turn back to God. God is love. Our God is light. For him I'll live. For him I'll fight. Our God is love. Our God is light. For him I'll live. For him I'll fight.
Good song. Good song. Okay. All right, guys, let's go back here. All right, so Elijah's doing a show right now talking about how Sydney's trying to ruin his marriage. Let me give you the background first. I think I still have the articles up, though. Yeah. So basically, Sydney Watson, if you guys know, Elijah Schaefer is the host of Slightly Offensive. And it's a really good show. He started out doing man on the street interviews, and then he went to a bunch of the riots. He went to Kenosha. A lot of his footage from Kenosha was used in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, and he was at January 6th. He went into the Capitol on January 6th, and a lot of his footage was used at January 6th. The FBI came to his house. He never got indicted or brought in, so I have to think that he kind of went a lot. He had to give over all his footage. They took his footage from him, and then they removed what he had uploaded from the internet, because a lot of it showed what was really happening, how cops were waving people into the Capitol, how they were filtering them through the building, how people were staying inside of the stanchions. The stanchion is those poles with the thingies, and people were staying inside of the stanchions. Um, a lot of the stuff, a lot of the footage. He had a lot of good footage. Um, and now he lives in Australia with his wife. He's still doing. He got. I don't know if he got fired or he quit. I'm pretty sure he got fired from the Blaze. The way it's making it seem now, but he got a show. So he got picked up by the Blaze. Was slightly offensive. Was his own thing. He got picked up by the Blaze, and I'd say that while he was with the Blaze, his content actually got worse. Like I didn't like it as much when he would do his slightly offensive shows on the Blaze. Um, but when he did You Are Here, it was a nightly show, and it was a good show. I liked it a lot. The problem was the co-host. The co-host was an atheist woman. Why do I call her an atheist woman? Because in every single episode, whenever Elijah talked about God, which is why people were going to watch this show, we were going to watch Elijah. We were going to watch conservative news from a conservative news network talking about Christian conservative issues and problems. And whenever Elijah would talk about God, Sydney would jump in saying, "Oh, the spaghetti monster. You talk about the spaghetti monster. Oh, Sky Daddy." She typical atheist moves, and they talk about it a little bit, but the chat roasted her. The chat constantly roasted her. And anyway, she made some complaints against Elijah. They fired Elijah, and now she's suing the Blaze. Sydney Watson is suing the Blaze. Now she has a large social media presence. I don't watch her content. I didn't know who she was before You Are Here. Apparently, she was popular, probably with fake conservative women who pretend to not be about all the stuff that liberal women are about, but they actually are. And yeah, she was a mess. The chat messed with her all the time. She's suing the Blaze because of 3 reasons. She said Elijah drank too much. He would drink before the show. He would take shots and get drunk. And she didn't like that. Second, he would sexually harass her, apparently. Now, according to him, I've heard him say that she was trying to break up his marriage. And that's what he's doing his stream on right now. Don't go watch it instead of watching me. You can watch it after you watch this show. But apparently, she was trying to break up his marriage. Maybe she had a crush on him or something like that. But now she's saying he sexually harassed her. There's videos of her on her show saying that he would never do blah, 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 saying good things about him. But now all of a sudden, she's trying to get at him. And there's a lot of stuff coming out about this. The Blaze has, I'm about to show you guys, the Blaze is basically saying, we know that Eliza said, not Eliza, I'm getting Eliza Blue and Sydney Watson. Same person, guys. Same person. Getting Sydney Watson mixed up. But apparently, the Blaze is saying that she had social media posts that said that she was going to get monetary gain off of this or clout off of this, and that she's doing it as a publicity stunt. Not a good idea. She was also mad that Elijah had too many misogynist guests on. For example, the Jack Murphy episode, which I don't even consider, if the way they throw this word misogynist around, I think it just means based, basically. But Jack Murphy was not based. Jack Murphy was not a misogynist. Jack Murphy was a grifter and a fake. Jack Murphy cucked his wife out on Tinder and would sell his wife to other men to have sex with her on Tinder. But then he was claiming to be an alpha male guy, one of these red pill alpha male guys. Most of these guys are scummy people. They'll have a lot of good ideas. They'll say a lot of base stuff, but they're slut makers, they're whoremongers, and they're promoting the opposite of what needs to be promoted to young men. These Kevin Samuels, Reston, whatever, the Andrew Tates. Also, news on that. Apparently, they're getting let off. All those accusations were fake. And if they were fake, then I hope they get let off. I'm not saying that these people deserve to be in jail. I'm just saying I don't think their message is good for young men. But anyway, Jack Murphy came on the show. Sydney didn't like that. There was a big thing about that. Um, and Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes destroyed Sydney for about an hour straight. I think Eric Andre was on the show. Didn't get a word in edgewise the whole show. Elijah didn't even talk for that whole show. It was Nick Fuentes and Sydney going at it the whole time, and it was epic. I might be able to play some of that for you guys. Unfortunately, now the Blaze has taken down all the You Are Here episodes. So I wanted to go back and make some clips, make some shorts of just Sydney Watson fails on You Are Here. But Blaze has taken down all of those shows, and now they're replacing it with their new Alex Stein show from the Blaze, which is all right. It's an all right show. I'm not a huge Alex Stein guy. I think he's overrated. But he's all right. He's cool, I guess. But anyway, let's look into these articles. If they say anything that I didn't just say. Lawsuit against Blaze Media exposes misogyny on the right. Conservative Inc. seems to be coming apart at the seams lately. It's one big fight after the next. When Steven Crowder called out Big Con for writing contracts that appeared to take advantage of creators, everyone took cover or took a side. That noise went on for a while until Project Veritas kicked James O'Keefe out of its organization. I also have a report on that in a little bit. Alleging abusive behavior. We're still trying to figure that one out. Running in the background, all that was the story of how Eliza Blue worked her way to the inner circles of conservative entertainment and influencers with a dubious tale of being trafficked, which is a lie. When questioned, she became today's most notorious censor, striking YouTube channels and Twitter accounts that post publicly available photos and clips of her racy video vixen past. Now comes a huge lawsuit against Blaze Media, brought by talk show host Sydney Watson, who says that her time on the podcast You Are Here with Elijah Schaefer was a nightmare. Her lawyer is Town Hall's own Kurt Schlichter, another conservative media insider. In case you haven't noticed, there's an internal war going on inside the conservative media space, and maybe it's time to blow it up and start over. The details of Watson's claims say that she was never informed she would be participating in a show that ended up focusing on gross sexual things. She said he talked about penises too much most of the time with her, the only female on set, just having to put up with it. She says her complaints to management were unheard and unanswered. The Blaze was founded by Glenn Beck, who tells people he's a devout Mormon. Yet Watson says Schaefer would get drunk before filming and also offer alcohol to guests who would then go on to berate women during the show, making Watson feel targeted and humiliated. I'm more interested in what this reveals about right-wing media. Something ugly is going on in some right-wing entertainment spaces that I've witnessed and been a target of myself. That's correct. But but it isn't that men are being more misogynist. It's that women are trying to infiltrate the political space and take over. And we see examples of that in politics. We see that examples of that in churches. We see examples of it everywhere. They call men misogynists. They want to take over. So they talk about they want equity. They want equality. No, no, no. They want to be in power. You don't hate a hierarchy because it's a hierarchy. You hate a hierarchy because you're not at the top. And they want to be at the top. So the conservative movement has not changed. It's just that women are infiltrating it and trying to get to the top of it, which is unconservative in itself. It's progressive. I call it clubhouse syndrome. No girls allowed is basically nailed to the door. And if you are allowed, you'd better be prepared to listen to anti-female rhetoric and not push back against it. Right. So maybe just stay out of it. If you do try to defend the women who are lying harpies, because there are many of us, there's only one response you can expect, and it won't be civil. I've been on the receiving end, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, the problem is the men in the conservative movement are trying to bring back, strength and manliness. No, this has been something we've been about forever. It's the basis of the conservative movement, and it's falling apart before our eyes. We have Lady MAGA showing up at CPAC. We have Rob Smith on TPUSA telling the Groypers to get out of the audience. We have Sydney Watson. We have Eliza Blue. We have all these women. If you were a conservative woman, then you wouldn't if you were a conservative woman, you'd be more concerned with taking care of your kids than worrying about politics and getting on shows to talk about politics. You'd let the men do that because that's a conservative belief, is that, there was no, when what we're conserving is the original Constitution, the Christian foundations of this nation, and the original founding fathers' plans for this nation. That's what we're trying to conserve. That's part of being a conservative. If you are pro all this new stuff, all these amendments that they added to the Constitution, all these new rights, they've get the right to vote, all these things, then you're not conservative. What are you conserving? You're conserving the progressive movement? And we see it everywhere. We see it everywhere. I have this video.
So as more information comes out, as I get sent more information by my viewers, shout out to y'all, by the way. You're really on top of stuff by sending me.
The Blaze and Schaefer didn't respond to requests for comment by press time after publication of this article. The Blaze reached out to note the claims alleged in this complaint are false. We look forward to prevailing in this matter, where the plaintiff's statements, emails, and text messages will show in her own words why this case might generate publicity, but will fail on the merits. So she said in her own text and her own messages and her own videos on her YouTube channel that she was doing this for some publicity. She wants clout. She's clout chasing. This is called clout chasing. This is what Eliza Blue was doing. Clout chasing. So let's watch a little more of this.
All these videos, all these links, everything like that. I just got a new email today, and I don't know if they want to be named, but I will be showing the video that you sent me in the email. So thank you, and shout out to everybody else who's been sending me stuff about this case and all the others. What's going on?
By the way, this is Justin is Lost, 21K subscribers. If you're into the drama stuff, I really am not. I cover it because it's news and it gets views. Like the Eliza Blue thing blew up. The Crowder thing, Crowder versus Daily Wire blew up. With the Tim Pool, that's more of the Eliza Blue stuff, and the quartering, all that stuff. It blows up. It gets views. Generally, I'm not real too into this drama. I just cover it because it's news that I should cover. But this issue I'm more interested in because, again, I am a slightly offensive fan. I'm a SOB, a slightly offensive backer. I like what Elijah's doing. I support it. I'd love to get on that show someday. I'm a big my biggest, like, I watch Crowder, JLP, John Doyle, Fleckus Talks, Slightly Offensive. Those are like my big five. There's probably some other ones that I'm forgetting. When I say JLP, I mean the whole JLP network. Hake and Nick. I like all of them. I like Fleckus. John Doyle's not super consistent. There's kind of like a content void. Rush died. Alex Jones, you gotta try hard to find. You gotta go subscribe to InfoWars, or you can watch on Cozy TV. Nick is still good. I'm not a fan of the Groyper army. Most of the Groypers are whack. The jokes that liberals use against them about incels being in their mom's basement. It's kind of true for a lot of the Groypers. But I do like Nick Fuentes. But it's hard on YouTube. There's kind of a conservative void right now. In the conservative movement with Rush dying, Crowder's out. Everybody else has been chased off of YouTube. And what do we got now? Tim Pool and the quartering. That's our conservative, that's our conservative influencers. John Doyle's he's never really been super consistent. Probably the only complaint I would have about him, but he writes huge 2-hour dissertations and really puts a lot of time into them. So, really Fleckus and Elijah, those are like the top dogs. So that's why I'm following this more. Let's listen to what Sydney said about Elijah specifically.
We got some brand new information. Once again, shout out to the
she is cute though, and she's Australian. I like that accent.
Person who sent me the email. I don't know if they want to be named or not, so I will, err on the side of caution and not name them. But this is bad, dude.
Yeah, this Brett Cooper girl. These are our conservative, like, people now. Nah.
This is a bad look for Sydney Watson. Like I said, this video was bad. This one might be even worse because it's directly addressing Elijah Schaffer and directly saying that he's not a bad person or the type to try to make other people feel bad, right? So let's check it out. Let's play this video and let me know in the comments what you think about it.
Stated that. And I also want to say here too that we have had so many guests on the show so far in the short time that it's been running, and not once have I ever gone out of my way to denigrate or embarrass somebody just for the sake of doing it.
By the way, this is right after the whole Jack Murphy debacle happened, and she was making a video addressing the incident.
And I will note too that I've been sat opposite people that I really don't like as people. And I've been sat opposite people whose ideas really, really rub me the wrong way, whose ideas I never ever want instituted in any capacity because I think that they're corrosive. And yet in those situations, not once have I attacked them or embarrassed them or gone out of my way to be hurtful and unkind to them, because that is not the kind of show that we run. That is not the kind of person that I am, and that's certainly not the kind of person that Elijah is either.
Literally just said she would never go out of my way to hurt, embarrass, anything like that to anyone else, because that's not the kind of person I am. That's not the kind of show that we run. And that's not the kind of person that Elijah Schaffer is either. This is from a year ago. So she's saying that Elijah is not the type of person to go out of his way to hurt someone or embarrass someone or anything like that.
Right. But the story's changing now. And, I got a clip I made of it. So Rekieta Law has made a video about this. It's a stream. It's like an hour and a half long. And honestly, I like Rekieta Law. I think he's smart. I would listen to what he has to say about legal stuff, but it's just he kind of bores me a little bit. I tried to watch the hour and a half long show where he talks about this, and I watched for about 15 minutes and I changed it. I don't know. He didn't get me hooked in, but it was a live show. Maybe I could find a clip of what he's just talking about this, but he was on Slightly Offensive recently, and let's listen to, they were kind of making hints.
Part about our whole judicial system. People always say, why do people sue? So why do people sue? Why are there lawsuits? Why are there lawsuits? You would think that a lawyer would be like, oh, hey, this is Nick Rekieta. He's got an army of Google.
He said retarded. That's what I edited. This is my short. I edited that because he said retarded in the short.
In his locals that will support him till he dies. And everything he does is a controversy. Remember, it's just, he's the craziest guy. It's like, it's insane that there would be this married guy with kids that's just trying to have fun and not be an alcoholic, but be drunk every day, which is different, which is way different.
It is different. It is different. Are we drinking tonight, by the way?
I'm not drinking right.
So she said one of her biggest complaints with Elijah was that he would drink every day. Now, if that was the case, okay, first off, I don't think that gives you a right to sue a company because your co-host drinks before the show or during the show, which they did. They would have drinks on the show. Sometimes they'd have guests on who were super drunk, and it was hilarious. It was great content. Okay. I don't think that gives Sydney a lawsuit that he would drink before the show, but if she calls it out and he says, well, you're right, I do have a problem with drinking and I'm going to work on it, I think that's great. And I think he did see, because he has been, posting videos about how he's at the gym and he hasn't drank in 2 months, so he says, and I think that's great. I think, maybe he saw that he was drinking too much and now he's trying to do better with it. Good on her for okay, if she just called it out to him in private, hey, I think you're drinking a little too much. You need to pull it back. It's sloppy for the show. And then he says, okay, I see your point. I'm going to work on it. Both of them are great in my book in that situation. That's a good situation. But when you're going to publicly sue a company and you're going to call them out for being a alcoholic or, that's bullcrap. I don't like that.
Right now, I just haven't been because Mark, one of the main things is Mark Lobliner. I don't know if you know who this is.
Never heard of him.
Do you want to show you a picture of who he is?
Well, I don't know. Will I be attracted to him?
Am I allowed to talk about dicks on the show? He's probably in his underwear.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about dicks, I might have a suit against you.
Bad part about our whole judicial system. People always say, "Why do people sue?
so
Why do
sad.
people sue? Why are there lawsuits? Why are there
I know, it's
lawsuits?"
quiet.
You would think that a lawyer would be like, "Oh, hey, you're."
He said he's not drinking. Drinking is part of the lawsuit, and then he said one of her complaints is that he talked about penises too much. And so she's suing Blaze because he talked about sex organs, male sex organs too much. And so they're making a joke. That's why I said if you talk about dicks, you might have a lawsuit against you. So, yeah. You agree Fuentes is a mess? I would think you would like him. You're a Catholic, Stephen Will. I would think you would love Fuentes. I think he's great. I think he's a genius. I think he's a young genius, and he organizes. He actually goes to work. He actually puts together conferences. He talks to people like Destiny. He's running his own streaming service, and they're bringing a lot of people who get banned from other places onto the streaming service. Yeah, maybe he's a little too radical with some of his ideas, but I'm not even going to say that because I agree with most of the stuff he says. I agree with it, but that's cool if you don't like it.
This is Nick Rekieta.
I don't know if she's kidding or not, but absolutely based intentional.
Bad part about our whole judicial system. People always say, "Why?"
So that's the drama. We'll keep you updated on that. See how it goes. I don't think she's gonna win. I think Blaze is gonna destroy it. But that's that drama. Let me pull up this rapid fire news. We'll blow through these stories real quick, and then we'll get into the last segment. We'll talk about the Chinese surveillance programs, Sharp Eyes, Skynet, and Safe Cities. Not to be confused with 15-minute cities, although they're probably very similar ideas. So let's see here. Open all, a new window. Bring this over here. Go through these real quick. All right, I got some reels, some funny little reels to show you. Just 1 second. Letting everything load up. All right. Hello, child, or at least childlike. Yeah, I mean, I don't support that he lives with his mom. He literally lives in his mom's basement. I don't know if he still does, actually. I think he got a house in Florida. But he did live in his mom's basement for a while. But I've watched him debate people like Destiny, who most people would cower and hide from, and he'll go toe to toe with Destiny and just tear him up. So I don't think most people are beating Nick Fuentes. He knows what he's talking about. He knows his stuff, and he's very smart. And I don't like, yeah, I don't like pushing this idea that we shouldn't be smart. I don't think especially as white people, we're not the strongest physically. We need to use our brains and our ingenuity to figure things out. And I think he does that. I think he's very smart. Not an intellectual. You don't have to be an intellectual to be smart, but he's a smart young kid, and he's very active in the political movement. He worked on Trump's campaign, the whole America First Trump slogan. That came from Nick Fuentes, and he did a lot. Nick Fuentes did a lot to help with Trump. So, But yeah, he is a little wild. And I don't like that he lives with his mom. I do like that he supports being a virgin until you're married and all that stuff. And people make fun of him for that. They'll call him gay. They'll make fun of him for being a virgin and call him an incel. And he's like, I'm a proud incel. And I respect that. Like, that's That's not something to be ashamed of. It's something to be proud of. Let's watch these reels real quick. Got some funny reels. Just 2 of them. Oh, I never played that video of that train. I never played that video of that Ohio train. I don't know where it went. That sucks. I think I lost it. Anyway, I had a video of a train in Ohio going down the tracks. These tracks are like crap. The train's like
Recite the Bible in Japanese is no. Please. Will you date me? Breathe if yes. Recite the Bible in Japanese is no. What the? Is that actually the Bible? Can you stop breathing too? Will you date me? Breathe if yes.
Breathe if yes. Recite the Bible in Japanese and no. She starts reading the Bible in Japanese and not breathing. That's awesome. All right, next one. This is a video from earlier this week. JLP talked about it and stuff. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about it, but it is interesting.
And it's still swinging. You have the rules.
So basically what happened here is there's this girls' soccer league, right? And in the girls' soccer league, in every sport, you're not allowed to have dangly earrings. You're not allowed to have things in your hair that are heavy. You're not allowed to have your ponytail hanging and dangling, because if you're swinging your head around playing soccer and you whack it into somebody's face, you can knock them out. If you have big heavy earrings, all these things are not allowed in any sport ever. They never have been. So this referee tells these 2 young black girls that they can't play with the beads in their hair. They need to take the beads out of their hair, because when they're swinging their head around, it could whack into other girls' face and it could be dangerous. It could cause harm. So he said, hey, you got to take the beads out of your hair. Unfortunately, these are 2 black girls, and the people, the parents, these ridiculous crap whack job parents start freaking out on this guy because of it. Let's watch. And it says, point of view, they wouldn't let the only 2 black girls on the team play because they had beads in their hair. He even requested that they wear plastic bags on their head. Blow this up. He deserves to be fired. And this is what people do on TikTok now. They use TikTok to destroy people's lives, destroy their reputations, destroy their careers, because they follow the instructions, and the instructions and rules are racist. Math is racist. Being on time is racist. Following the rules is racist. So they use this to call people racist, which is apparently the worst thing you could be called. Oh, if you're a racist misogynist, God, you might as well just off yourself. Apparently, that's what the world wants us to think. Meanwhile, I love it. I love it. It's my favorite. Call me a racist misogynist all day. Let's go. All right, let's watch.
Still swinging. It's still swinging. It's still swinging.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
No differently than any other girl's ponytail.
And you hear the white virtue signaling woman jumping in. At least that voice sounded white. Maybe it wasn't. But I'm sure there's some liberal white women like, oh my God, it's racist.
The rules you have right there, in my opinion. Listen. Hold on.
See, that girl that said, fuck your opinion. She was black.
We're done. I'm not arguing with him.
No. I'm in charge of the field.
Taylor, don't argue with him. Your name and your information.
Timothy Young. You want to call Mike Aguadella? I'll give his cell code from to you right now. Because this game's over.
It should be. That's fine. You wrong as fuck. We're standing up for our team.
No, I'm not.
Don't defend yourself, dude. Don't cave in. No, I'm not. Just say, yeah, bitch. Get out of here with them nappy ass beads in your head.
I'm not. Listen to me. I've tried to give you several opportunities to fix the problem. That's it.
And that guy's gayer than a $3 bill. You know, he's liberal. He's like, come on. I've been an ally. I've been an ally. I even put a black square on my Facebook and a black power fist and a Black Lives Matter sign in my front yard. What do you mean I'm racist?
It was nothing wrong.
It's the only 2 African American girls on the field. Yep. So let's go, Timothy Young. What's the rest of the information?
I'm giving it to you. One sec. You You guys can leave. The game's over.
I bet it is over because you're caught up for being racist.
No, I'm not racist.
You are.
No, I'm
They're
not.
the only two
I'm not
African-American
racist.
girls.
No, but it has nothing
They're the only two African-American girls with beads in their hair.
Exactly.
My daughter has been praying for 4 years.
Listen to me.
4
It's
years,
not
sir.
about the color.
4
I didn't
years.
make it
It's
about the
definitely
color.
about the color.
It's about
Sir.
the
only
beads.
people-
What do I think of Richard Spencer? I think he's a wig nat. A wig nat, which is how we make fun of white nationalists. Nothing wrong with being white and being a nationalist, or being a white nationalist, but these young kids that just take it too far, I don't like that. I'm not a fan of Richard Spencer. I don't like him. But granted, I haven't really listened to much from him. But yeah, I'm not a fan. I know he kind of like hides his identity now, and he goes on debate shows with where he doesn't show his face and it's just his voice, and everybody in the chat's like, "That's Richard Spencer. That's Richard Spencer," and he's and I don't know for sure that this person that they're saying is Richard Spencer is him, but this new person who's just popped up in the politicosphere has popped up on debate channels, and everybody in the chat saying that. And I don't know enough about him. I don't listen to him too much, but yeah, he's a bit of a wig nat.
It's about the beat. You can step up front.
But sir, let me ask you something. Just truly, I understood when you said it was swinging in their face.
Right.
We took a hair ties. We pulled
No,
it back.
and I know that, and I
What's the
said,
information?
take a couple soft scrunchies and wrap it up. But the one girl came on, and it was still swinging in the back. I need it not to be swinging, period. Soft scrunchies, a wool hat, anything.
You
as long
saying
as it's
rubber.
not-
The other little girls had rubber bands in their
And
hair.
that's what I
How
just-
is it different?
But that's what
How is it different?
I just said, you can use scrunchies, you can use
No,
rubber
this is racist.
scrunchies.
This is racist.
Rubber,
Like, you're racist.
Rubber band, scrunchies, anything so it's not swinging. The one girl came on and it was still swinging. That's
But do you
it.
understand how our daughters feel putting plastic
No,
in their
I
hair?
completely.
My daughters feel putting plastic in their hair, but they'll put a big old plastic bead in their hair. What are you talking about?
Yes,
Get this TikTok crap out of here. But guys, I'm not watching it on TikTok. I would never play a TikTok video from TikTok for you guys. This is a TikTok video from a Facebook post. It's so much better. Don't you know? Okay. Let's get through this rapid fire news. And then I didn't pee on my break, so I got to take a quick break. Here's a little happy news. In Kentucky right now, viral 24/7 Kentucky prayer revival begins second week. A routine prayer service at a small Christian college in Kentucky has blossomed into a nonstop revival, garnering millions of viewers on social media as it begins its second week. This is how I know, and this is going to sound vain, but it's for the glory of God. This is why I know I got to do the Bible speed reading challenge. If I just start reading the Bible and try to get through it, by the end of that stream, if I got you guys helping me out, helping spread the word, we can get a couple big shows to say, hey, this guy is over streaming right now trying to break the world record for speed reading the Bible. We're going to get a lot of people behind us backing up the movement, you know? So, and it would be for the glory of God. I'm reading the Bible. I'll get some exposure off of it. Maybe make a little ching-a-ling in my pocket off of it. Also pushing out the Bible and God. It's all good. It's all good. Everything for the glory of God. It all works together. The second week. So this revival has been going on 2 weeks. Non-stop. 24/7 for 2 weeks. All right, I don't want to. Oh, you guys can't see that. I don't want to get hit up by Hillsong in Bethel or something like that. Crooked bunch of people for copyright strike on this. You're so vain. I know you think this song is about you. Don't you? Don't you? Walk right into the funnel like you were walking into a thing. Anyway, enough of that. Ice-T honored with Hollywood Walk of Fame star at 65 years old. I'm not going to read this story. I really don't care that much. I just added it to the mix. Memphis news, 1 dead, 10 injured in 2 Memphis shootings believed to be connected, police say. The killer is still at large. Authorities are asking for the public's help in finding whoever killed 1 person and injured 10 others in a pair of shootings that investigators believe are connected, the Memphis Police Department said. Well, we already know. Oh, wait. Memphis Police, that's the Scorpion unit, right? Send the Scorpion unit. Officers arrived at Live Lounge in Memphis about 12:43 Sunday, where the 2 shooting victims were found and taken to a hospital in critical condition, police say. 5 more shooting victims were taken to area hospitals by private vehicle in non-critical condition. While at the Live Lounge, officers learned of more shooting victims nearby. There, police found a deceased male victim and 3 more victims who were taken to a hospital in critical condition. 5 of the 10 people injured were released Sunday afternoon, police department said in a statement on Twitter. So yeah, Memphis is a mess, and they don't even have the Scorpion unit anymore to send out to take care of the problem. Ron DeSantis' use of government power to implement agenda worries some conservatives. So this is a CNN Politics hit piece on DeSantis, talking about a bunch of rhinos. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has made freedom his calling card, but some conservatives have become skeptical of how liberally the Republican leader is using government power to impose his will. Among GOP donors, leading conservative voices, and even some supporters, there is growing concern that DeSantis has overstepped in his fight against wokeness as he seeks to shore up conservative support ahead of a highly anticipated 2024 campaign for president. Several potential rivals for the GOP nomination have seized on DeSantis' brash approach and top-heavy governing style to draw sharp contrasts with the popular Republican. As Florida state lawmakers met earlier this month to hand DeSantis new authority over Disney World, punishment for the company's opposition to a measure restricting certain classroom instruction about sexual orientation and gender identity, Republican Governor Chris Sununu of New Hampshire took a shot at the power grab. Why don't you just say the name of the bill? It's called the Parental Rights in Education Bill. They won't call it that. They'll either call it the Don't Say Gay Bill, or they'll talk about sexual orientation and gender identity. It's called the Parental Rights in Education Bill. I'm a principled free market conservative, said Sununu. Sununu, where are you from? You sound Muslim. Who is also weighing a bid for president. Oh, you ain't gonna win. For others out there that think the government should be penalizing your business because they disagree with you politically, that isn't very conservative. No, it's quite conservative because in a true conservative, government, you wouldn't be allowed to open that business in the first place. Even among would-be allies, DeSantis has made critics. The Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, a right of center First Amendment group that argued for white nationalist Richard Spencer's right to speak on a Florida campus, I believe he should have the right to speak on a campus, has joined DeSantis in opposing diversity, equity, and inclusion for DEI programs. Nevertheless, the group has repeatedly criticized Florida's heavy-handed approach to forcing conservatives' beliefs on universities and is suing the state over the Stop Woke Act, a DeSantis-backed measure that legislated how professors teach certain topics. I don't know why people think conservative means just let people. It's not libertarian. Conservative has a degree of authoritarianism. It's not a libertarian belief. It's not as long as you're not hurting anybody else, do whatever you want, do as thou wilt. No, that's not conservatism. Conservatism has more authoritarianism than that. We have laws, we have rules, and we're supposed to abide by them and not change them, not be progressive. We find what works and we stick with it. When you accept all these new things, all these changes, then you're not conservative. Why are you going along with that mess? Shut it down. You cannot censor. And when what they're saying is that since the Constitution talks about free speech, that it's not conservative to restrict free speech. To the contrary, the Constitution was written for a moral and religious people, per John Adams or James Madison. I get them confused, but they both agreed that the Constitution was written for a moral, religious people. So, really, free speech, every right comes with a responsibility. The right to free speech comes with the responsibility to tell the truth. If you're not telling the truth, you need to shut up. We shouldn't let you talk. Okay? If you're spreading lies to children that they can change their gender when they're 6 years old, you probably need to see a gallows. You should not be talking, and that's conservative. Okay? Free speech does not apply to you if you're a liar and you're an immoral person. Okay? You don't get free speech. You need to be shut up. And same thing with guns. Your right to have a gun is that it's for self-defense. It's only for self-defense. You don't have a right or hunting, but the right to I mean, generally the right to vote would come with the responsibility to serve in the draft. But women didn't like that, so equality until we say you have to serve in the draft, then it's not so equality anymore, right? So when they say we don't have free speech, you can't yell fire in a crowded building. Yes, you can. You 100% are allowed to yell fire in a crowded building if you're telling the truth. In fact, I would encourage you, if there is a fire, please yell fire in the crowded building, and there will be no problem. You'll be fine because you're telling the truth. So they're mad at DeSantis, so-called conservatives, the new age, the new neocons. The new neocons are mad. Yeah, we don't have many conservatives left. We have a lot of neocons. No free speech. Trump is in trouble with all his lies. Shut up, Freddie. Where you been? Anyway, we were talking about you earlier. Are you Trishila Bonquisha? Wait, Trishila Bonquisha might be somebody else. I don't know. Let's get through these stories. Secretary of State Blinken. Abe.
Trouble with all his.
Who's this?
Yeah. What up?
What's up? Caller.
Can you hear me?
What's your name and where are you calling from, caller? Oh, he can't hear me.
Hello.
He can't hear me, but I can hear him. Caller, what's your name and where are you calling from?
This ain't no call-in show.
You calling in
Dark
right now?
Brandon.
It's Dark Brandon.
Yeah, and Dark Brandon from Los Angeles. What's going on?
Nothing. What are you calling about, Dark Brandon?
You sound like a Democrat over there. You want to silence all the Trump supporters to talk about election fraud. You said if they lying, shut up, right?
Yep.
And that's what they was getting taken down for, but you saying no. Yeah, they should be taken down if they're lying. But hold on, which one is it?
Democrats used to be the biggest free speech advocates.
Well, you can't have it both ways. Do you want to talk about the stolen elections and this laptop? Or do y'all think y'all being silenced and y'all want more free speech? Y'all want more free speech, less free speech over here? Are y'all undecided?
I want free speech for moral Christian people.
Yeah, I bet you.
Yep.
Anybody that's arguing against it with the truth got to be silenced, huh? That's right. How else you gonna make more Christians? I ain't gonna start in on you.
Start in on me, okay.
Yeah, your fucking fans already hate me.
Well, I can't talk about the election on YouTube because we don't.
No, I'm just talking about freedom of speech.
Because we don't actually have free speech on YouTube. I can't tell the truth about that.
Oh yeah, that's sad, ain't it?
Well, we could talk about how how Trump stole the election from Hillary with Russia disinformation, even though that was proven false.
No, that was proven true.
No, that was proven false, but we're allowed to say that lie. We're allowed to tell that lie all day.
That was proven true. Even Trump even admitted it when he came back and told Putin to his face. He misspoke over there. He said, "I don't see why they would meddle." He meant to say, "I don't see why it wouldn't be them." And then right in front of Putin's face, he said, "I don't see." I talked to Putin. I met with him. He's over in Russia, telling them. I talked to him about it. He said it wasn't him. I believe him. I don't know. I don't see no reason why it would be them. And then he come back and then change his statement and say, "Yeah, they CIA told him factual evidence that Russia interfered in the election." I just didn't want to hear it.
Whatever.
Oh,
That's all been proven wrong. That's all been proven to be a lie.
No, it ain't. That's still factual to this day. That's in the history books.
You know, they're talking about removing the Section 230 allowances for social media and YouTube and stuff.
What is that?
Section 230 is basically so that YouTube and Facebook and Twitter can't get sued for what gets put on their platform.
Oh.
So if you post something on
That's
their
what I
platform,
was saying.
they
It should
can't
be
get
up
sued
against
for
the
it.
individual when you can.
But because as a public platform, you have to allow all different different viewpoints, and so the
But you
companies
can't let somebody else get steal your material and put it on there like that's your music and that's theirs though. How are they gonna stop
that's
people
different.
from getting sued?
That's different. That's a copyright claim.
Oh, so what are you talking about getting sued? Who can sue what right now?
So YouTube, if I go on and I make a video about the Vaseline, about and I say it's bad, and then somebody decides not to get it because of what I said, and then they die from COVID, and then their family says, I'm going to sue YouTube.
No.
I'm going to sue YouTube because they let this guy be on there and he's spreading harmful misinformation. So they try to sue YouTube.
Yeah. So Alex Jones won't be responsible for his misinformation no more like that.
So if Alex Jones put a video on YouTube, YouTube couldn't be sued for it. It is basically what the 230. But the thing is, with those 230 protections, you have to be an open platform. You have to allow all different views, right? So when they go through and they selectively remove stuff that they don't like, they're acting as a publisher. So a publisher like CNN is a publisher, New York Times is a publisher. They can pick and choose what they want in their platform or in their publication.
When you gonna get a chance to sue?
Huh?
How's it gonna work for you to get a chance to sue? What do they have to do to you on your channel? Like besides, like how can you sue?
Nobody can sue me. Nobody can sue me individually unless I do like a call for violence towards a specific person or I dox somebody.
But not no more. Right, I got you. But they used to could sue YouTube over.
Yeah, that was a problem that they were worried about, so they did the Section 230 protections. But the problem is, you can't act as a publisher if you're getting subsidies as a platform. So the government is protecting YouTube and Facebook from being sued, but yet they're still doing what publishers do. They're picking and choosing what they allow on their so-called platforms. If you're a platform,
what happens if they just demonetized all the pages? Say we ain't gonna pay y'all no more.
What would happen? I don't know. A lot of people would probably, I don't know. Either people would try to find a place that's going to pay them, or maybe I'm sure a lot of people would still make content as a hobby.
And they just keep recycling the old footage and getting money off.
Or a lot of people would just switch to like Cashapp. If YouTube demonetized me right now, I would just tell people if you want to support, send a Cashapp.
Yeah. That's probably what they're gonna go to. That's probably what they're gonna go to.
It's getting to the point where, like with the guy Nick Fuentes that we were talking about earlier, for example, and Alex Jones and Laura Loomer and Michelle Malkin, Gavin McGinn, all these people who have been banned from the face of the earth, Kanye, they shut you down for payment processors.
Payment processor.
Yeah, so you can't use PayPal, you can't use Cashapp, you can't use Venmo.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Now there's no way for anybody to pay you, and it can get so bad that they can shut your banks down. They put Nick Fuentes on no-fly lists, and Alex Jones, they've shut down their bank accounts. Kanye, they shut down his bank accounts. That's how they control people through social media now. They make you're dependent on that stuff.
Right.
And they can just take it away at any time.
Well, motherfuckers better get a real job. Play with the devil, sell your soul. You get the consequences and repercussions. And work ain't working till you gotta go back and humble yourself and get a job.
Working on the computer all day, like
no, a motherfucking labor job for fucking. Hopefully, it's more than minimum wage. The internet's played out, and we're in a recession. YouTube can't afford to pay like it used to. It done took in all y'all's recession. What was it? Stimulus money and unemployment money, and then dish half of it back out by taking 30%. By everybody getting famous, getting dressed, getting on there, getting their likes up. They collect 30%. Now the recession's about to hit. Interest rates got to go up. And we can't pay y'all. Cut off the YouTube, Instagram.
You're probably right.
Oh no, what's gonna happen?
You're probably right. That's probably all. That could all be part of the plan too.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Depending on making money off these social medias.
They grabbing their money off of Instagram right now, off of YouTube.
Because if they do take, that's what a lot of people are worried about with the 230 thing. Because if they do take away the 230 protections for all these sites, then they may stop paying people.
Yeah, it's only right.
Or they're just gonna really go hard on, because if you're a publisher,
that's why they need 30% to pay their malpractice insurance. That's where all the lawsuit money's going to. 30% of all the lawsuits, they take that 30 so they can fight any lawsuit that they get coming, and it's going into a fund. Because them lawsuits ain't coming just for one. It's coming for your 5 heaviest streamers at one time, everything that they done made. Give me that. Bam. Oh, that's one lawsuit. That kind of hurt. And these streamers are lacking. But we need some more money. We need to keep taking that 30, but lawsuits keep coming. Look, we're not going to win because too many people got too many videos that we don't let on here. And if they find one, they can sue us. And there's more like this that we done paid out one for. So how we going to go through these pins, needle in a haystack, trying to find the other ones? Just quit paying everybody. Cut it off.
Well, here's the thing. I don't have a problem with them getting the Section 230 protections. I don't have a problem with that. I don't think people should be able to sue YouTube for something that somebody says, that's free speech. So I'm good with the 230 protections. The problem is you can't have protections as a platform and act like a publisher. So if you're a platform and you have Section 230, whatever, then you can't be banning people because you don't like what they say. That's why you have the Section 230, is that you can let everybody talk about whatever they want. Doesn't matter what they say, as long as they're not doing anything illegal, as long as they're not calling for violence or doxing somebody.
You can't do it. You can't do it because then it'll go against they values, their religion. They'd be an existential threat to their existence if people start really talking about what they don't want you to talk about right now. That's why you can't talk about it. That's why they said it's the most important thing to their whole state. That's why anti-Semitics can't be talked about because.
But we've been talking. The conservatives been talking about this for years. You can't play both sides of the fence. You got to you're either a publisher or you're a platform. Which are you?
Nope, it ain't that, because the communication, what goes over the airways, like murder and robberies, you can't post all that. They got each one of these YouTube sites got laws they gotta go by, and it's through the television Jewish community. So you never gonna be able to say what you want to say, or have a TV channel that you can say what you want to say. That's out the door. Rumble, they still monitoring that. It might put you on a list, but I bet you it ain't got as big as following.
I don't know. I think Rumble's the next Rumble is where people need to be putting their chips. Rumble's the next big thing. I'm trying to work on updating and
I
catching
don't
up my
even like the
Rumble.
way the fuck chatting is going.
Yeah, I mean, it's still new, but they just got like $100,000 to invest into it. They'll fix up the interface. Once they fix up the interface, make it look nicer, make the chat work better.
That might be it if you can really say what you want to say.
For now, it is. Now the thing is, so was YouTube. YouTube was you could put a video of you freaking, I don't know. You could send them your mom's abortion video or something. I don't know. You can send some crazy. You could put some crazy stuff on YouTube when it first came out. You could sell a baby.
Yeah, they get you in, and then they have to start paying the damn.
Once it gets big enough, they sell out.
Yeah.
So YouTube sold out to Google, and as soon as Google bought it, they're like, okay, let's put all this stuff in place. So Rumble, who's to say Rumble, if it becomes the next YouTube, then somebody's gonna come along and buy Rumble.
Yeah, they will. That's fattening the frog to feed the snake. You know how they do it. That's capitalism.
I hope Gab wins. I like Gab. I don't really like Gab, but I like Andrew Torba. He's a cool guy. Good Christian guy.
I don't like give a damn who you like, man. Your people you like, I ain't even on one page together. Fuentes helped defeat Trump.
I didn't Bible thump at all tonight, Cecil.
Fuentes helped defeat Trump.
Read a random verse. We'll just open it up and flip and do a random verse later tonight. But Fuentes didn't help defeat Trump.
Well, Kent that one dude, he helped defeat him against Trump. All the anti-Trump supporters got behind Fuentes, and he got Kent, that dude that was running for Congress, up out of there. He lost to a liberal because Fuentes rigged his campaign, and Trump needed that dude to get in there.
Wait, what?
You don't know about Fuentes? Yeah.
You don't know anything about Fuentes.
He's a white supremacist. He's your homie.
He's my homie. He's a white supremacist.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know him. I've never talked to him.
You said you agree with 98% of what he says.
I agree with most of the stuff he says. Yeah.
All right, then. Don't act like you ain't his homie.
He's Catholic, though. I don't agree with that.
Y'all both retarded.
He said he's openly said he's not a white supremacist. He's denounced that.
Yeah, whatever. He have to now. Shit, he done got kicked off every platform and lost so much money.
What do you mean? He made his own platform. He's got Cozy. Cozy has JLP. Yeah, Cozy has Alex Jones. Cozy has Nick Fuentes. What do you mean?
Yep. He had to. He done been banned everywhere else.
Yep. But anyway, you got anything else?
Like what?
I don't know. I'm about to jump off.
What is your news going on?
I just got a couple more small reports, but I gotta go take a restroom break, so I'm gonna play this video.
Go ahead, play it.
Well, I'm gonna jump out of the call.
Oh, okay. All right, good.
All right, later. All right, Discord's closed, guys. Let me play this video. Go take a restroom break real quick. Apparently, this is from Timcast IRL, which I think he's okay with people playing his stuff. So I'll play this while I go take a break. But apparently, Nick Fuentes got to be gay. Yeah, that's the same thing they say about all the best people. When Jesus comes back, they're gonna call him gay. That's the same thing they said about JLP. Same thing they said about Elijah Schaefer. Same thing they said about Nick Fuentes. Same thing people have been saying about me lately. So, yeah, don't be saying that about people, Raymond. You don't know what you're talking about. I don't like that. That's childish. Avian flu has begun mutating to affect mammals after gain of function research. When Jesus comes back, so-called Christians are going to call him gay. Watch.
This is Wix.
We got the story from Wired. I'm going to make this one quick for you guys so you can get angry as fast as possible. The bird flu outbreak has taken an ominous turn. The avian flu has killed millions of chickens, decimated wild birds, and moved into mammals. The avian flu, H5N1, has a mortality rate in humans of about 60%. And if we go back in time to this article from February 8th, 2019, we can see...
I don't know about they, Lady Seasell. It's just like one or two lames. It's just like one or two lames. Ain't nothing to worry about. You know, they jealous. KY jealousy.
that they were doing gain-of-function research, intentionally making it so that H5N1 would transfer to mammals. There you go. How are you guys doing?
Wait a second. What? Wait, take that back. So they were doing gain-of-function research to see if avian flu would translate into mammals, and now it does?
They were doing gain-of-function research to make it
to do it on purpose
to mammals.
So they're intentionally trying to kill us and destroy our entire food source at once.
They're saying it's so that they can learn about what happens when it infects humans.
Oh my goodness, these
Yeah.
people and their damn intellectual inquiry. I mean, come on.
Is that what it is? Is that what you think it is?
Intellectual inquiry?
Yeah, sure.
They think that's what it is.
I'm not convinced.
You don't think the scientists think that's what they're doing?
I do not believe that someone's like, I'm very curious as to what will happen if I take one of the most deadly flu variants.
What's your crazy theory? I want to hear it.
Bioweapon research.
This is bioweapon research?
Yeah. This is the first thing I thought when I actually saw the China balloon was what happens if we do shoot it down and it has a bioweapon in it?
Boom. Avian flu. Look at this. In 2011, Fuchie and Kawaoka alarmed the world by revealing they had separately modified the deadly avian H5N1 influenza virus so that it spread between ferrets. Advocates of such gain-of-function research, blah, blah, blah. We can learn so much about it. Critics are worried that the souped-up virus could spark a pandemic if it escaped the lab or was intentionally released by a bioterrorist. I don't think it makes sense to be like, what's a very deadly strain? Let's modify it so that it infects mammals to learn about it. No.
This is enough to become
It's bioweapon research.
Is it gain of function or is it like evolutionary
Gain of function.
chaining?
Directed evolution. They're literally
Same thing,
science.org in 2019 called it gain of function research.
So they're
and now we're
enhancing
learning
the virus.
that H5N1 spread from birds to minks, which are similar to ferrets, and they had to kill all these mink in Spain or whatever. If it jumps to humans, it is depending on your source, a 40 to 60% mortality. I think Wired said it was a 52%. What was it? Science Medical Journal of some sort. I pulled it up earlier this morning. Said 60% mortality.
So you could use gain of function to create a bioweapon. You could use gain of function to create something that's not a bioweapon. You could. How did you describe what you thought this was?
Intellectual inquiry.
Yeah, I'm sure you could do intellectual inquiry on something that is also a bioweapon, and intellectual inquiry on something that's not. This obviously could be weaponized.
The World Health Organization abandoned their research into the origins of the COVID virus this week.
That was funny.
Yeah.
They were like, "No, we don't care anymore."
No, we're not going to look into that.
This reminds me of the 2015 study that was of the COVID variant that they were doing in other places in the world. You know, so this very well could be something that we see in the future come out as another pandemic.
Like, I see you setting up dangerous situations to practice overcoming dangerous situations. Like, let's set a house on fire and have the firemen go in and put the fire out. That's what firemen do sometimes. They'll find a decrepit house. And so
But they don't set fire to someone's neighborhood.
Yeah, and they don't say, let's direct a meteor into Earth to see how we will overcome if a meteor falls into Earth. You use computer simulations for that stuff. So the bioweapons, I think we should be using quantum computing.
I'm the same way.
No, only the government sets fire to neighborhoods, like in Philadelphia in like 86.
I think this is. Bioweapons have made nuclear weapons obsolete. And the discussion around nuclear weapons.
I hate this whole concept so much, this bioweapon thing. I mean, isn't it totally against the Geneva Convention? And
Does that
nobody
matter?
cares at all about that?
Who cares about the conventions? Are nonsense. The idea of war crimes are nonsense. The idea that you as a nation want.
Enough of Tim. So yeah, they're doing gain of function research on the avian flu, and now it affects mammals. So it's the mammalian flu. All right. James O'Keefe has been ousted from this is from Rolling Stone. James O'Keefe has been ousted from Project Veritas. Similar to what we saw with Gavin McInnes started Vice, and then they kicked him out, and they turned it into a leftist trash heap. I recommend you go, if you use Twitter, go unfollow Project Veritas. Excuse me. Go unfollow Project Veritas. Show them that we ain't playing with that. The political activist who founded the right-wing action group Project Veritas, has been forced out of leadership by the organization's board. He said on Monday, "I'm not a huge fan of, well, I just saw James O'Keefe at CPAC doing a song and dance act. It was like a musical, and it was kind of lame. I didn't like that. But as a investigative journalist and as a honeypot journalist, he's very good. They're very good. They come out with a lot of good stuff. I doubt that's going to be happening much more because he gone. He gone. Let's read this. China's laughing at us. Blinken, Secretary of State Blinken says China gave no apology in Munich for the spy balloon. China's not sorry for the spy balloon. They're laughing at us. I don't want to characterize what he said. I don't think that would be appropriate. Blinken said of the meeting in an interview that aired Sunday with NBC's Meet the Press, although I can tell you there was no apology. China is not sorry for sending their balloon. They're laughing at us right now. They're laughing at Biden. It was a test of his strength. He had none. Police investigating large street racing incidents across Austin Saturday night. Let's watch this video. Just thought this might be an interesting story. I haven't looked at it yet. Damn, it's like the Fast and the Furious.
Shocking video all over social media. A large crowd blocking the intersection of South Lamar and Barton Springs Road. You can see an APD unit trying to break up the crowd, but it's just too many people. At one point, fireworks were thrown at police vehicles. Thank you for joining us for KVU News at 10. I'm Deranisha Heron. Just within the hour, we got new information about multiple street racing incidents that happened across the city last night. Dang. Also, police say they responded to 4 different locations where officers encountered reckless driving,
I'll be honest, that's probably fun. I've never been to one of those things, but they look fun. You know, the Fast and the Furious movies.
Throwing, and several of their vehicles were damaged. APD says it took them 20 minutes to respond to the first call because there wasn't a unit available in the area. KVU's Kelsey Sanchez is live at one of the locations on South Lamar and Barton Springs Road with more on the people arrested and the officer injured. Kelsey?
Dernisha, good evening. Yes, we're learning more about what took place across all street racing incidents for evading police that have since been released. I did talk to one man earlier, and he tells me he saw the whole thing, and he tells me he's never seen anything like this.
That's wild.
Donuts.
Dang.
And fireworks erupting at the intersection of South Lamar Boulevard and...
So I don't even know if it was a protest, if that's what you're referring to, but they were doing street racing and then they kind of ran the cops off or tried to.
Road in Austin Saturday night after Austin police say people were street racing.
There's been some crazy things happen, but nothing even close to that.
All right, enough of that. Just thought that was an interesting little story we could check out. North Korea fires 2 more missiles into its Pacific firing range. North Korea launched 2 more ballistic. So it's declaring North Korea is saying the Pacific is now its it's ballistic missile firing range. Launched 2 more ballistic missiles off its east coast on Monday, with the powerful sister of leader Kim Jong-un saying North Korea's use of the Pacific as a firing range would depend on the behavior of U.S. forces. See, they're following China's example. These are all tests. The balloon was a test. COVID was a test. Now North Korea is like, oh shit, look what China did. Look what China did. They see balloon. Biden don't even shoot down until after pass America. Let's use Pacific Ocean for firing missile practice. Yes. What they gonna do? America ain't gonna do nothing. They're military transgender. Their president retarded. Oh God! So now North Korea, Little Rocket Man is firing up again. Oh, we got Korean news. Let's watch this.
95 kilometers and 337 kilometers away.
Oh, that looks like the chick from The Interview. The Interview is one of my favorite movies. Seth Rogen. He may be Jewish. He may be making some stupid woke movies nowadays, but he used to make good movies. And Interview is one of the best movies.
Away from the launching points respectively.
Feast your eyes.
And fired 2 shells of 600 millimeters multiple rocket launches towards the East Sea.
That's about 250 to 200 miles off the coast, falling into the waters between Japan and the Korean Peninsula. They were short-range weapons as opposed to long-range intercontinental ballistic missiles, one of which was fired by the North on Saturday. That launch had in turn sparked the U.S. exercise.
They're testing us, and we're failing. Biden is failing. Here's a interesting article. I don't even know what this article's about. All I know is I pulled it up, and this picture caught my eye. Let me zoom in. A crisis of faith. Spiritual leaders convene at the Capitol to call for Great Salt Lake action. So the Great Salt Lake is drying up. I've reported on this. I've explained why it is. I've explained how the Mormons, when they fled the east and they came to the desert of Utah and they took this land when it was not currently American property, it was Mexican property. They came here and they took this valley because they got chased out of America. They missed the green grass of the East Coast. So they started shipping in Kentucky bluegrass from the east and from the south into Utah. And now if you drive through Utah, there's grass everywhere, which, you know, at first thought you might be like, okay, this is normal, except it's not, because we're in a desert climate. It should look more like Arizona or Nevada. But since we shipped in all this Kentucky bluegrass, now we're having drought problems because they've diverted all the water, all the tributaries that go to the terminal basin, which is the Great Salt Lake. The terminal basin means water runs down the mountains to the lowest point. That's the way water works. It goes to the lowest point, and the basin that it ends in, or it stops at, is a terminal basin. That's what the Great Salt Lake was. But since they've diverted using tributaries and irrigation systems, they've diverted all the water to water all this grass and all the neighborhoods as Salt Lake and Provo and Ogden and all these areas grow bigger in population. More water has to be diverted from the Great Salt Lake, and now we're having drought issues here in Utah. The Great Salt Lake is drying up. The Great Salt Lake provides like a third of the aluminum for the country. It provides salt for the country. And if it dries up, that's a problem. If you drink a soda, there's a 33% chance that the aluminum came from Utah. Unfortunately, if the Great Salt Lake dries up, that stops. Salt, lots of we ship out a lot of things because of the Great Salt Lake, and if it dries up, that's a problem. Anyway, a crisis of faith. Spiritual leaders convene at Capitol, call for Great Salt Lake action. This is what I let me see if I can open this image in its own tab. Here we go. So these are the spiritual leaders who met at the Capitol for the Great Salt Lake. Tell me, what do you guys notice about this picture and about these spiritual leaders? We got a Catholic here. We got another Catholic here. Well, wait, let's see what these people have in common. We got a woman. We got a woman. I'm assuming that's probably a woman, 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 and then we got this thing. I'm not sure what they identify as. This guy and this guy. These are the spiritual leaders. Need I say more? I rest my case. Need I say more? I rest my case. I didn't even put this story in the rapid fire news because of the Great Salt Lake stuff. You know, I told you all you need to know about that story multiple times. I just pulled this up because of this picture right here. These are the spiritual leaders in Utah. And this is probably, I'd argue, this is how most of the country's demographic of spiritual leaders would look. Trump's spiritual advisor was the angels are coming down from Africa right now. From Africa right now. Africa right now. Angels are coming down. That crazy lady. That crazy lady. Angels. That crazy lady. I'd say if you looked at all the churches and the leadership as well as politics, this is going to be a common scene. And it's becoming more and more common. And you wonder why the Country's falling apart. Let's move on. More from InfoWars. This is funny. Libs outraged after Arkansas State Senator asked trans pharmacist, "Do you have a penis?" They really did this. Let's see if we can play it. Trans female offended when asked if she has a penis after she brought it up. That's horrible. They're completely fine with talking to children about their genitals, but this offends them.
You said that you're a trans woman.
A trans female, yes, sir.
Do you have a penis?
Look at this person in the background.
That's horrible.
Why is it horrible? You want to talk to kids about their wieners and tell them to cut them off. I mean, you want to tell everybody your pronouns and all that stuff. You want to put it in your bio. You want everybody to know your pronouns. Do you have a penis?
You're the one that brought that into the discussion.
As Jamie would say, it's probably about as long as an amber turd. All right. Let's see. We got this video.
Surveillance video captured the incredible moment.
All right, this is a video. JLP played this morning, and I had it pulled up. I was planning on talking about it before he talked about it. But one thing they didn't say, guys, I'm going to say it right now at the risk, this is just a joke. In a video game, though, in a video game world, this looks completely staged, guys. I don't believe this. Now, until they show the guy's face close up, when you see the guy's face close up, you'll be like, oh, yeah, he might actually try to, I can't say the word S-A, sexually blank or blank. I don't even want to say it, but basically the R word. He tried to hurt this woman in a sexual manner. When you see his face, you'll be like, oh, yeah, he looks like the type that might try that. But this video, it's just kind of fishy. Let's watch.
A Tampa woman fought off an attacker at her
Tampa,
apartment
T-Town, stay down.
gym.
T-Town, stay down.
If I keep going, if I keep pushing, I keep fighting, he's going to stop. He's going to let go, and he finally did.
Now, I could be wrong, and she could just be a tough woman, and I'm glad that she got away from this guy and beat his butt. I'm just saying, there's one point where she gets to where she could have gone out the door, but she comes back. Maybe they just clipped it wrong. Maybe it's the editing, but something about this.
24-year-old Nishali Alma, a person.
It seems like it's just a feel-good story. There's this show on Netflix right now called Physical 100. I've talked about it in other shows, and it's still not over yet. There's still one episode left, and they're drawing it out. It's a decent show, though, but it's a bunch of Korean people, a bunch of bodybuilders, weightlifters, athletes, and they're competing in physical challenges. Well, there's one where it's basically there's a ball in the middle of arena, and it's a game of keep away. Both of you go out, and for 3 minutes, you have to fight over the ball. And at the end of 3 minutes, whoever's holding the ball wins. Well, there was this MMA guy, and they let the people who won the previous challenge pick their opponents for the next challenge, right? So this MMA guy did really well, and he challenges a woman. Well, it turns out there's been reports coming out about this. She's a well-known feminist. She's a well-known feminist woman bodybuilder, wrestler or something. She's a very strong woman, very physically, as far as women go, very strong. This MMA guy challenges her to the game. And guys, it's so funny. He's the whole time, he's just walking around. He's whistling. He's twiddling his thumbs. And she's protecting the ball, and he's just waiting. And he's waiting. And then when there's a minute left, he starts wrestling her, and he's using one hand. And he's just rolling his eyes, and he's holding her down with one hand. And then in the last second, he runs and grabs the ball. And so he won. Of course he won. But the women up in the top are yelling at him. They're, oh, my God. Ah. And he keeps going. He keeps doing this symbol. Zip it. Zip it, women. Zip it. And this lady who talks about how I'm just as strong as the men and all this stuff, he challenges her. And he's just like one finger holding her down and rolling his eyes. And like, if he had a phone, he'd probably be texting on his phone while he's holding her down. And then he goes and gets the ball. It was so funny. Anyway.
Personal trainer told Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies she was exercising alone around 10 p.m. on January 22nd when she saw a man she'd previously seen at the gym trying to get in.
Whenever he was at the door, I buzzed him in and he came inside. My thought process was, like you said, like it was just another dude coming in to work out.
But after 25-year-old Xavier Thomas Jones entered, this happened instead.
Next thing you know, I get up from doing my workout and I grab my phone and he just approaches me and not a single word was exchanged. As soon as he was approaching me, I pushed him. I said, bro, what?
And here's the other thing. We also don't know the lead up to this. Similar with the Tyree Nichols thing, we don't know the lead up to this. The way it looks, I'm going to be honest, it looks like he was coming up to her, talking to her. She said no words were exchanged. He's gesturing like he's talking to her. She shoves him. She shoves him back. What if these people dated before? What if she went on a date with him, found out she didn't like him, he fell in love with her, and he's saying, hey, baby, I just want to talk, blah, blah. We don't know the background to this. I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it, guys. Seems like it's either staged or there's some background here that we don't know. Either way, let's watch.
The F are you doing? I said, get away from me. And he kept trying
now
to
look,
come
right there.
towards me and kept
right there. Okay, you see that? Just now, he was, let's back up a little bit. I want you guys to realize the front door is directly, look at my mouse pointer. You see my mouse pointer? The front door is directly this way, right? Right now, he's standing here. She runs to here. The front door is this way. All she has to do is continue running straight and run out of the building. Okay? Let's watch what happens.
I said, get away from me.
She runs, and then she stops. Proceeds to have a conversation. Why did she stop right here? Right now, he's over here. She's here. Front door is that way. Keep going. Run to the front door and leave.
And he kept trying to come towards me and kept.
Then she stops, corners herself,
reapproaching me.
Video shows Thomas Jones chasing her around.
So just now, right there, in this camera angle, the front door is right here. We just saw her run around this corner and turn to the left, going towards the back of the building. The front door is right there. It's right there. It's right there. Let's see that again in slow motion, in instant replay. Watch. Front door is right there. Okay?
Shows
He's back here. She's right here.
Thomas Jones.
Why did she go this way?
Chasing her.
She's now had 3 separate chances with plenty of time to run away. Okay?
Around the gym.
She's proceeding to back up into the back of the gym.
Before grabbing Alma and pinning her down.
In my mind, I knew I was stronger than him and I knew I could fight back.
The seasoned weightlifter seen here holding her attacker in a chokehold while trying to call 911 before throwing more punches, leading Thomas Jones to release his grip. Self-defense expert Patrick Lockton at New York City's Krav Maga Institute says Alma's quick thinking under pressure was key.
She fought back, and the most important thing, she didn't freeze. She didn't fall into that trap.
Alma immediately ran outside, escaping to a nearby
Immediately?
apartment.
Wait, well, I think we just disproved that she immediately ran outside. She had multiple chances to run outside, and she didn't.
Now she's sharing her story and encouraging other women with similar experiences to do the same.
No other person should go through this.
I call bullshit on this, guys. Seriously. I think she did this for clout. Her phone was out the whole time. She knew the cameras were there. I think this was done. This is a setup. You think those prank, if you believe this is real, you probably believe all those prank videos and all those gold digger videos are real too. Guys, a lot of those are set up for clout. They want to make a viral video. They want to go viral. They want to get on the news. I have a positive message for women who have been attacked. If you're ever in the gym and an attacker comes out, you should always avoid the front door. You should maybe pin yourself in a corner, run around a corner and go away from the front door, go towards, the weight rack, and then wrestle for a little while and then immediately run out the front door. Come on.
No, the person should have to feel like
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it for a second. All right. Last but not least, protesters call for charges against St. Paul officer who killed Yi Zong. St. Paul, Minnesota. This is from Real None Your Business, I believe. There are community calls for criminal charges against the St. Paul officer who shot and killed a man last weekend. Yi Zong's family wept while people gathered in solidarity with them Sunday outside the apartment building where he was killed last weekend. My dad is a very kind person, said Mi Zong. He adored everybody. Zong's family says someone at the party in the building threatened Zong with a gun. Police were called when residents say Zong was threatening people with a knife. He threatened people with a knife, and he got shot. I don't understand what the problem is, but yeah. So more of the same. It's police racial discrimination. It's either the blacks or the Asians. Cops just need to start killing white people, guys. Like Whoopi said. Remember Whoopi said it? Gunned him down. What do you think about? You probably know more about that situation, Real None Business. What do you think? You saying the cop gunned him down unjustified? What if he had a knife and he was trying to stab people with it? What do you think? I don't know a lot about it. Let me know what you think, Real None Business, about that situation. But that's it for all the news. That's all the news I got. I thought I had nothing, and somehow I just pulled that out of my rumpus. I even got more. We're not even done yet. I still got to talk about the sharp eyes and the surveillance. Oh my gosh, I have so many things. I don't know. It's 10:05. It's late. We'll open it. We're not going to spend too much time on this, guys. I want to be done by 10:30, so we'll check this stuff out. I feel like I've talked about Sharp Eyes before. So Sharp Eyes is a Chinese surveillance program, and I could not find, you guys can fact check me on this. I could not find the information on it. I'm sure they don't want it to be known, but I have heard from reliable sources, Alex Jones, that that the Sharp Eyes program in China was at least partially funded by Google and the American CIA. Considering that Google is completely banned in China, I find it strange that Google would invest in a Chinese surveillance program. But then when you see things like TikTok, you can understand the data war that's going on right now. Millennial Millie, formerly of InfoWars, had a stream going today about, I guess she has a new documentary out called The Data Wars. But data is important. If you watch The Social Network, or not The Social Network, but it's on Netflix. There's a documentary, and I'm surprised this is on Netflix, but it's called The Social Dilemma or something like that. Talks about how basically data is a product nowadays. Views, clicks, attention, eyes are currency now. So, even if you don't have a product you're selling, just the fact that you're getting eyes on you or on your platform, whatever, that's valuable now. Okay, that's the new currency. The new currency is data. They can make a fake you. They can have a digital version of you. They know every ad you look at. This is predictive advertising, predictive marketing. They already know what you're shopping for. They already know what you want. They'll put advertisements up and hope that you'll spend money on it. It's like, if you've ever noticed that maybe you're talking about cat food with a friend on Facebook, or you're in a group call and you talk about cat food. And then all of a sudden you go on YouTube, you got all these cat food advertisements. Try it sometime. Talk about a product. If you see an advertisement for something, occasionally you see this advertisement for something. Talk about that something to a friend or on a YouTube channel, and then watch that you'll see more of that in your feed. Now, this could just be there's a word for it. There's a word for it. I forget what the word for it is, but it's like if your mom gets when you're a kid, mom gets a new green minivan, all of a sudden you see more green minivans. There's a word for that. Maybe that's what it is, but I don't think so. I think it's targeted marketing campaigns. But let's look into this China Sharp Eyes program. But it's not just Sharp Eyes. There's Skynet. And there's Safe Cities. Creepy, really. I saw Dooney and Burke first the other day and clicked on it. Now I see it everywhere. You lost the debate against Josh. Josh owned you. Check the Discord. Ads that follow like Minority Report. Yep. Yeah, and with this surveillance stuff, the Sharp Eyes program, it's going to be even more like Minority Report with the facial recognition, and all that stuff. So let's read this. Let me fix this. Okay. China's Sharp Eyes program aims to surveil 100% of public space. The program turns neighborhoods into agents of the surveillance state. One of China's largest and most pervasive surveillance networks got its start in a small county about 7 hours north of Shanghai. In 2013, the local government in Pingyi County began installing tens of thousands of security cameras across urban and rural areas. More than 28,500 in total by 2016. Even the smallest villages had at least 60 cameras installed, according to state media. Those cameras weren't just monitored by police and automated facial recognition algorithms through special Through special TV boxes installed in their homes, local residents could watch live security footage and press a button to summon police if they saw anything amiss. And you guys can also watch this. You can pull up CCTV cameras. You can go through, not just on the dark web, on the regular web. You can look at CCTV cameras, and you can, like sickos do this. You can just go through them and you can see people in their house. You have a camera. I have a camera in my laptop right here. Even when my laptop's not on, that camera can be accessed. This is what Snowden was talking about. This is why Snowden had to go live in Russia. This is why you saw Bezos, or who was it? The Twitter guy. You see, the Twitter guy was doing a thing, and he was talking, and he showed his computer, and he had a piece of tape over his camera. They know these cameras can be accessed. Your Xbox has a camera in it. Your PlayStation has a camera in it. Your phone has a camera in it and a microphone. It's always listening. It's always watching. They see everything, and China is just public about it now. But yet the Google and the American CIA are also involved in it, but they're not putting that information out there. You heard that here first, or maybe second. The security could also be viewed on smartphones. In 2015, the Chinese government announced that similar program would be rolled out across China with a particular focus on remote and rural towns. It was called the Zulong Project, or Sharp Eyes, a reference to a quote from Communist China's former revolutionary leader Mao Zedong, who once wrote that the people have sharp eyes when looking out for neighbors, not living up to communist values. Sharp Eyes is one of a number of overlapping and intersecting technological surveillance projects built by the Chinese government over the last 2 decades. Projects like the Golden Shield Project, Safe Cities, Skynet, Smart Cities, and now Sharp Eyes mean that there are more than 200 million public and private security cameras installed across China. Now, I have more stuff on that. Facial recognition in China is big business as local governments boost surveillance, from NPR. Here's your Minority Report picture right here. Facial recognition. Now, here's another thing with the masks. Your most definitive feature more definitive than your fingerprint, more definitive than your footprint, less changeable, less alterable is your eyeball, guys. Your eyeball is the eyeball is the most like miraculous thing in the human body. The fact that our eyeball works, um, it's so many variables, so many millions and millions of variables have to be perfect to have a working eyeball. But yeah, we have eyeballs. We have how many people on Earth? 8 billion, 9 billion, 7 billion, whatever it is. So we have 14 billion eyeballs. Each one of those eyeballs is complex as a universe. Okay. This is how you know God's real. This is how you prove to an atheist that God's real. The variables required for a planet to sustain life is so minuscule. The possibility that a planet will sustain life is so minuscule. It's like 1 in a trillion, billion, gazillion, mazillion. But the variables that have to be met for an eyeball to work are the same as the variables that have to be met for life to be sustained on the planet. So not only are we meeting all these variables to make life sustain on a planet, but we also have 14 million eyeballs on those planets. Each is basically the possibilities of an eyeball working is like a possibility of a planet in the universe having life on it. So it's just impossible. The only way to explain it is with God. But anyway, what I was getting at is the facial recognition software. When it does your facial recognition, it takes a bunch of reference points, right? You can look at how facial recognition software works. It takes a whole bunch of reference points and it maps them out to do facial recognition. Now, the faces aren't that descriptive, right? A lot of people have faces that look similar. So, what's better is the eyeballs. Well, the software is taking in so much data from so many sources, from so many different faces. How do we make it easier to isolate the eyeballs? Here's an idea. Make everybody wear a mask that covers half their face. Now, all of a sudden, the only part of your face that's revealed is your eyeballs. Ding, 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 ding. They've had satellites that can zoom in on somebody's eyeball for decades. Okay. So this is the facial recognition stuff. One big thing about this, as far as the facial recognition goes, the isolating the eyeballs, regardless, you're going to need to be able to have a lot of data pass through. So that jumps us over to the 5G stuff. 5G explained. Scroll down here. Let's see where it's at. As far as device connectivity is what I'm looking for. What to expect from okay. It's accessibility, it's connectivity. With 5G, it's somewhere in here. Experts expect 20 billion connected T devices by 2023, representing millions of usually low-cost devices with long battery lives that can transmit non-delayed sensitive data. So 5G is necessary to implement all of this. This is why I always say this is the biggest danger of 5G is the surveillance state, the capabilities of so many different devices, and it's somewhere in here what I'm looking for. For example, computer vision, augmented reality, virtual reality for healthcare don't work on 4G networks. How do you really tie those capabilities in a way that creates value for enterprise and consumers alike? Entertainment. I'm looking for one paragraph in this. Infrastructure. Dang, I can't find it. It's in here somewhere. I read it last night. It's just one paragraph. I should have just copied it and pasted it. Access regular basis via needs such as streaming, gaming, higher connectivity, more devices connected to a network, and significantly higher download speeds. I thought it said the number. Anyway, it goes from like 4G is able to connect like 100,000 devices in a square mile, whereas 5G is able to connect 5 million devices in a square mile. Connectivity, accessibility for multiple devices, lots of cameras, lots of facial recognition technology. This is what 5G enables. So, dozens of cameras meet visitors at the Beijing headquarters of SenseTime, China's largest artificial intelligence company. One of them determines whether the door will open for you, another tracks your movements. So, before you can even get in the door, it's doing facial recognition to see if it's going to let you in the door. I'm a attractiveness score of 98. Broadcasts an image of my face with white lines emanating from my eyes, nose, and corners of my mouth. It estimates I am 37-year-old male. I'm 44 with an attractiveness score of 98. Is that a high or low score? I asked Zhu, whose digitized face shows that she is a 23-year-old female with an attractiveness score of 99. That's a very high score, she exclaims. Whispers attractiveness scores, social credit scores, all this stuff needs 5G. It needs more connectivity. You need surveillance. You need tracking, data, the data war, data mining. I mean, America's losing this war already to China, and China's never fired a shot. Hyper missiles, quantum computing. China is beating us in all of these areas, okay? And their military is bigger than ours. And they're encouraging masculinity. Meanwhile, TikTok is encouraging femininity in young men. So anybody who tells you China doesn't stand a chance against America, I don't know if they're really paying attention, because I mean, I'm not worried about it, but if we went to war with China, I would not be confident. I would not be confident in modern day. It's a problem. So there's that, the facial recognition. The 5G allows the connectivity. China's public video surveillance guide, from Skynet to Sharp Eyes. China is expanding its video surveillance network to achieve 100% nationwide coverage. We already read that. No blind spots. Camera requirements for China public surveillance. Facial recognition and other analytics promoted. Facial recognition and analytic requirements. Technical issues. Privacy protection absent. Privacy protection is absent. Rapid implementation. Chinese surveillance firms capitalize. They're making money off of this. Comparison to video surveillance in the West. The West is taking note of this because the West is involved with it. We're not going to fight them. We're not going to fight a losing war with China. We're going to, if you can't beat them, join them. We're going to join. And that's what Biden's doing. That's what Biden's doing. He's weak. He's not going to stand up to China. We're bending the knee. We're bending the knee to TikTok. We're bending the knee to their surveillance programs, their social credit scores, their facial recognition software, their satellite capabilities, all of these things. So it's not good. It's not good. Let's see. Sharp eyes surveillance and surveillors. The people have sharp eyes. The Communist Party slogan was heavily used during the Cultural Revolution. That's enough about sharp eyes. Let's look into Skynet. Well, first we'll go to safe cities. So Huawei's Safe Cities program. Now, Huawei was banned in America by Trump because Trump knew the importance of the 5G race, just like Trump knew the importance of the quantum computing race, just like Trump knew the importance of the hyper missile race. And Biden has not put any emphasis on any of those things, and we are losing. And those are the most important things that we technologically, as far as warfare goes, as far as the military goes. It's not nukes. It's not Poseidon missiles that are going to cause tidal waves. It's data and technology and information. This is the war that is being fought behind, under the covers. You can't see it, but it's happening. It's been happening all around us. Trump knew about it. Trump talked about it. Trump tried to do things to stop it, and then they got him out because the globalists who run America now, they want us on the side with China. They want us. They want a one world government. And who's going to be daddy in that one world government? It's going to be China. JS sounds mad. I'm not mad. I'm just serious. Watching Huawei's Safe Cities. Huawei's Safe Cities products have fueled concerns that China is exporting authoritarianism. Exporting authoritarianism. Now, again, authoritarianism is not always bad. Tyrannical authoritarianism is bad. And tyrannical just means whatever disagrees with me or whatever disagrees with you. If you're a Democrat, you would think Republican authoritarianism is tyrannical. If you're a Republican, you would think Democratic authoritarianism is tyrannical. Authoritarianism is not necessarily a bad thing, only when it's tyrannical, and it's only tyrannical when you don't agree with it, right? So when they say China is exporting authoritarianism, yes, that is tyrannical communist authoritarianism that they're talking about. That is a bad thing. Among the solutions Huawei sells globally under this label are facial and license plate recognition, social media monitoring, and other surveillance capabilities. To better understand these developments, the CSIS Reconnecting Asia project examined open sources and identified 73 safe city agreements for surveillance products or services across 52 countries. Huawei's next key findings include Huawei is expanding into next generation markets. Its partners tend to be non-liberal, located in Asia or Africa, and middle income. They're also going into the Middle East. The benefits are questionable. The benefits of Huawei's safe city solutions are difficult to verify and appear grossly exaggerated in some cases. Local context is key. Huawei's safe city label encompasses a range of technologies, the actual usage of which can vary widely depending on local conditions. Huawei's next generation market niche. Countries entering into Huawei safe city agreements tend to share three characteristics. Non-liberal, 71% of Huawei safe city agreements are in countries with an average rating of partly free, 44%, or not free, 27% by Freedom House between 2009 and 2018. Asian or African. 59% of Huawei's agreements are with countries located in Asia, 37%, or sub-Saharan African, 22%. Middle income. 71% of Huawei's agreements are in lower to middle income and upper middle income countries. So, exaggerated benefits. The benefits of Huawei's safe city solutions are difficult to verify and appear grossly exaggerated in some cases, of course, because Chinese propaganda is what's fueling it. For example, a Huawei presentation claims that an unnamed city experienced a 15% reduction in violent crime, a 45% increase in the case clearance rate, a reduction in emergency response time response time from 10 minutes to 4.5 minutes, and most incredibly, an increase in citizen satisfaction. Of course, these claims cannot be verified. All statistics reported are for unspecified location and time period and have no specific data or sources provided for the numbers. Huawei has a history of making similar claims in its promotional material, which boasts dramatic improvements in emergency response times, crime rates, and case solving rates. So, similar to the 15-minute cities, they're saying, oh, this is going to be safe. It's going to reduce crime. Yeah, it's going to reduce crime because you're going to be locked in your house and you're not going to be able to leave. You're going to have your job chosen for you by your social credit score. You're going to be able to enter places based on your attractiveness rating. And guys, a lot of y'all ain't getting in nowhere that I'm going to. I'm just kidding. That was a joke. Freddie, you ain't making it into the clubs that I'm going to, boy. What the? And over 100,000 balloons, they can flood the atmosphere, all remote controlled by drones. DJI drones being sold to police stations to use. Local police stations are getting donated Chinese DJI drones, which, as a content creator and as a person who likes to make videos and record stuff, I if I had a drone, if I could get a DJI Mavic or a DJI Phantom, I would love to have one just because of what it would let me do with content. But when our government police forces are being given free DJI drones from China, that's a problem, guys. That's a problem. Also, when COVID happened and all of our political meetings and education and our schooling was done over Zoom, which is just as bad as TikTok. Zoom is Chinese bullcrap. Zoom is Chinese data farming. And during COVID, we had all of our political meetings, okay? All the politicians, all the school board meetings, all the town squares, everything was done over Zoom. China knows everything. China has all of our data, and we don't know shit about them. What we think we know, we only know what they tell us. We don't know anything about them. We only know what they tell us, but they know everything about America. They know our political system inside and out. They know our education system inside and out. They know our weaknesses. They know our strengths. They know how to destroy our children. They know how to lower people's attention spans and make people dumber walking zombies, and they're doing it. They're winning this war. They're winning this technological war, and it's a problem. We only have a handful of ships that can fly in the stratosphere. Please understand. What's up, Christine Stewart? Hola. So that's the Safe Cities program. Then there's smart cities. They have smart cities similar to smartphones. I was watching Millennial Millie's thing. She was saying that the personal home computer was designed to increase the intellect of man. But then when they introduced smartphones and smart technology, it was designed to increase the intellect of AI. So your smartphone is not to make you smarter. Your PC, when they first came out with the internet and the PC, they thought this is going to make people smarter. They're going to have access to more information. When they started putting your phone in your hand and everything was done at the swipe of a finger scrying on a black mirror, they made people dumber and they made the AI smarter. That's what they're doing. And it's all being admitted to. It's not like a secret. The risk of smart cities. Belgrade Republic Square is one of the cultural and social hubs of the Serbian capital, popular meeting point lined with cafes and the site of the National Museum and National Theater. It is also now the center of an international debate about the export of Chinese technology, authoritarian surveillance, and cybersecurity. The square is under constant observation by equipment made in China, a surveillance camera system installed by Huawei. The Chinese technology group has the capacity to monitor the behavior of people in the square and elsewhere in the city, recognize their faces, identify their vehicle number plates, and make judgments on whether suspicious activities are afoot. Pre-crime, precognition. The cameras in central Belgrade represent the first among some 8,000 that the city plans to install as part of a comprehensive safe city partnership with Huawei. This is why Trump was trying to ban Huawei and keep Huawei out of America and win the 5G race. So, Safe City is now active in 12 African countries. They're focusing on Africa, and it'll be in America. It'll work its way here. Don't worry. Chinese technology in the Middle East, a threat to sovereignty or an economic opportunity. 5G, there's the cameras. Recent moves by Chinese tech giants like Huawei, ZTE, and Hikvision have raised concerns in Washington about Beijing's technological outreach to developing nations. The international growth of these companies, the U.S. has discouraged countries from adopting Chinese technologies through efforts like promoting the Clean Network Initiative. Countries across the globe often must choose between Chinese or Western technology, and these choices have broad implications. The intense Chinese and American competition over the future of next generation technologies, e.g., 5G, has made it unclear if U.S. opposition stems from the actual risk of Chinese engagement or mere political considerations. Nations considering Chinese technologies and infrastructure projects must take a realistic viewpoint of China's global rise and ambitions to understand the benefits and risks. So, I'm not going to read all of this, but this is a PDF you guys can get, Chinese tech PDF. Lots of stuff you can look through. If you're interested, let me know. This is a big PDF. Lots of stuff about Huawei, the surveillance state, and how they're broadening their range to Africa and the Middle East. And how now, with Biden in place, with Biden installed as our president, China's going to take over, guys. It's a mess. China announces expansion of notorious Skynet program to surveil and repatriate its Chinese citizens. Skynet is similar to everything we've been talking about. Authorities in China have begun using Skynet surveillance network to surveil and track thousands of people attempting to flee the country and have them forcibly repatriated. So Skynet is like a net used to keep people inside of China. Similar to the 15-minute cities, how they're going to start barricading roads and stuff to keep people in these districts. China's already done that. You can't leave China, okay? You can't leave. You try to leave, they're going to force you to come back and repatriate you. Currently, the most common targets of Skynet are Uyghur Muslims, an ethnic minority group native to China's western region of Xinjiang. However, activists, political dissidents, and anyone who publicly speaks out against the government, as well as absconded corrupt officials, is also at risk. So, they have the Skynet program. China's largest and most extensive surveillance networks began in a small country. I feel like we already read this. I mean, they're all very similar programs. Skynet, Sharp Eyes, all that stuff. They just have different functions. Far and wide, pursuing tens of thousands who flee overseas. These are people who are trying to escape China. They won't let them leave. They use Skynet to keep them locked down. And they put the Uyghur Muslims in the concentration camps and all that stuff. And then Disney makes the Mulan movie and thanks the place where they have people in concentration camps. Disney did that. Last but not least, what is China Skynet? Yes, it is what you think it is. Claims for tracking criminals. Under the project, more than 20 million cameras have been set up in public spaces across the country. China's national dedicated to live surveillance and recording. Our plans to add hundreds of millions more cameras by 2020. So this is old. Like, this is old news, guys. I'm just talking about it because I think it's important that people know about this and know what's going on about it. I talk about it a lot. Surveillance state is one of my big things. I'm not a fan of it. I don't like it. So good to know about Skynet. Sure enough, the Transformers are coming, guys. But that's it. That's all I got on that. Let's do a quick Bible thump. We'll read one verse, Lady Seesaw. Let's just find something random. I like Philippians. Something cool we can read in Philippians. The spiritual body. Oh, I know Freddie wanted a specific example of Jesus talking about Adam. But here's the New Testament. Here's Paul writing about Adam. There is no glory of the sun, S-U-N. There is no glory of the moon, and another glory of the stars, for one star differeth from another star in glory. So also is the resurrection of the dead. It is sown in corruption, it is raised in incorruption. It is sown in dishonor, it is raised in glory. It is sown in weakness, it is raised in power. It is sown a natural body, it is raised a spiritual body. There is a natural body and there is a spiritual body. And so it is written, the first man, Adam, was made a living soul. The last Adam was made a quickening spirit. Howbeit that was not first which is spiritual, but that which is natural, and afterward that which is spiritual. The first man is of the earth, earthly. The second man is the Lord from heaven. As is the earthy, such are they also that are earthy. And as is the heavenly, such are they also that are heavenly. And as we have borne the image of the earthy, we shall bear the image of the heavenly. Now this I say, brethren, flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God, neither doth corruption inherit incorruption. Neither doth corruption inherit incorruption. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump, for the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immorality. So when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption, and this mortal shall have put on immorality, Then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? The sting of death is sin, and the strength of sin is the law. But thanks be to God, which giveth us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. Therefore, my beloved brethren, be ye steadfast, unmovable, always abounding in the work of the Lord. For as much as ye know that your labor is not in vain in the Lord. So there you go. That's 1 Corinthians. I think I read 41 through the end of the chapter 58. And I just opened to that randomly. It's great. Bible's great. You can just open it up wherever you want and just start reading and just get something super based and awesome. You know? Like let's just pick a random page in Acts. Let's see some words of Jesus in Acts. This is Acts Acts 26:15. And I said, who art thou, Lord? And he said, I am Jesus, whom thou persecutest. But rise and stand upon thy feet, for I have appeared unto thee for this purpose, to make thee a minister and a witness both of these things which thou hast seen, and of those things which I will appear unto thee, delivering thee from the people and from the Gentiles, unto whom now I send thee, to open their eyes and to turn them from darkness to light, and from the power of Satan unto God, that they may receive forgiveness of sins and inheritance among them, which are sanctified by faith that is in me. That's Acts 26:15 through 18. See, you can just open it up anywhere and just based. It's all based. Seriously. Well, there's a little Bible thumping for you guys. A little verse of the day. Guys, that random Bible verse is really nice. Thank you, Christine Stewart. I didn't plan it. I didn't pick a Bible verse before the show, but those are two good ones. I just opened them too. So always good. Always good to open up your Bible every now and then. But that's it for the show, guys. I don't have no more news. Talked about the surveillance state. We did a little Bible thumping. Let me see if I can find a song to play us out. Tyson hasn't had a new video in a while. We'll play an older Tyson James video. Bryson Tyson, this one. I played this one a bunch before. It's a good song, though. We'll play Misunderstood.
Watch cable-free live TV.
Play us out. Guys, thank you for hanging out. It's been a good show, been a good night. I don't know how I pulled this out.
I'm misunderstood, that's something I used to. Hey.
Watch this video.
I'm misunderstood, that's just something I'm used
Dreaded Conservative show, guys. Kicking the week off right every Monday night. World's a crazy place. I just report on it. Thank you for watching. We are sponsored by viewers like you. Make sure you hit the like button on your way out. Make sure you subscribe. Tell a friend. Share the video out. Share the stream out when we go live. We got Cashapp. $ Dreaded Conservative on Cashapp. We got Super Chat. All the good stuff. But yeah, all you got to do is hit that like button. Don't got to spend no money. Maybe become a member if you want. $4 a month, you can be a member. Get a lot of perks and bonuses. God bless you, Josh. Stubborn one exposed me and my working with the CIA, how I was trying to make Hillary Clinton president, my exotic dancing career, and my support for Flat Earth. Stubborn one exposed it all tonight, guys. But he didn't tell you the website where you could fact check it because he got cut off by the signals got crossed. So
Accusations say I'm misogynistic in the midst of conversations. I want to see women flourish in the way God made them. Sometimes the truth hurts, so they gon' say that I hate them. They call me homophobic because I'm telling you the truth.
He said, I want to see women flourish in the way that God made them. Sometimes the truth hurts, so they think that I hate them. Facts.
I don't need experts in science because the Bible is my proof. You think it's normal why they pushing so hard on the youth? Media and celebrities, why they y'all in cahoots? You
until next time. I'll be back next week every Monday night, 5 o'clock Pacific, 8 o'clock Eastern, every Monday night. Game streams throughout the week. I'm going to be working a lot this week, so I won't have time for many game streams. We'll get some more debates going eventually. If I can get some challengers, some serious challengers. They say I'm preaching hate and misinterpret my replies.
That's just something that I'm used to. That's just something that I'm used to. Gave my life to Christ and then he gave me a new view. Yeah, he gave me a new view. And the world gonna hate you when you become a new you. When you become a new you. Don't apologize, so they calling me a little screw.
It's why everybody think I'm crazy, but I love it. I will never fit up in your box and y'all can shove it.
Hey, thanks B-Wise. Thanks Christine Stewart, Frederica Stubble1. Everybody who was here earlier, Raymond. None of your business, real none of your business. Everybody who was here earlier, the lords and the ladies. That is the new norm. It's crazy. The New Age Church, they got you lazy.
Been saved for 10 years, still drinking milk like a baby. I'm giving you meat, you still choking on the gravy.
Hey, don't faze me, I'm swinging through the daisies.
I see you wanna die for the flag, but you won't live for God. You're like, such a drag. He died for you, you won't even give him your mouth. Preacher tells you to repent, you wanna throw in the towel.
That's wow.
I know people that claim to know Christ, but they skip over the words of the
Bible they don't like.
You say you a Christian, you got
no right
to twist God's word, been doing it your whole life. You
pansy little Christian, God's all love. What you think happened to the babies in the flood?
God ain't what you make him, you can't put him in a bubble. Disagree with him and you're in trouble, for real.
I'm misunderstood, that's just something that I'm used to. That's just something that I'm used to. Gave my life to Christ and then he gave me a new view. Yeah, he gave me a new view. And the world gon' hate you when you become a new you. When you become a new you. Don't apologize, so they calling me a little screw. Now they calling me a little screw. I'm misunderstood, that's just something that I'm used to.
All right, guys. Have a good night. God bless everybody. I'll see you next week. Don't miss the show next week. Check out the game streams. Come by and say hi. Hit the like button on your way out. Tell some friends about it. Spread the word. Word of mouth is the only way we're going to grow because the YouTube algorithm is not going to help me out. I'll catch you.